All right, I made up for it with the sip. All right, listen, the gloves were already on. The tablet was already set. I was already working. Listen, you got to give me one once in a while, okay? One day a week I get to take off the intro, okay? That's all I ask for. It's just one day a week. And today is that day. For today is a day of stress, of growth, a day where the dawn finds us in the name of glory, a day I will prove that I'm not some shitty line work artist, that I'm not some scuffed sketch Andy, that I can also actually do things in color. All right, listen, I'm a real artist. I'm a real artist. All right, I got paintings I got to do soon, and I got to practice for one. So we got to practice today. Today's gonna be practice because next week I'm gonna be doing a painting on stream that I'm very nervous about. Very nervous about it. But hey, until then, we'll just relax. We'll talk about Baldur's Gate. We'll talk about D&D. We'll do all the things, man. You know what? Hold on. Let me just say good morning to everyone. Then I got a bone to pick with the internet. All right. So good morning, Maro. Good morning, Glaze. What's up, Viddy? I missed one stream and now Evan's leeching face content. What happened? I'm sorry, what? Hold on, pause the intro. You missed one stream and now I'm leeching phase content? Okay, hold on, we need to run this back. We need to run this back. Hold on. I need a soundtrack for this. Hold on, I'm pausing the intro. I'm pausing it. What the fuck do you mean? And I start. And now Evan's leeching phase content. As if I haven't been doing it for years. Are you aware that Faye was the very first person to ever raid me on Twitch? She is my oldest Twitch friend. And I have been leeching content off of her. I have been reacting to her shit. I have been going into her chat and skamazing her for like 3 years now. All I'm promising is to do it more often next year. All right, I am the Mizkif to her Pokimane. You know what? No, I need to, hold on. I need to tweet this. Wait, did she retweet it? Hold on. Did she retweet it? She retweeted it. Okay, great. I'm going to be the Mizkif to your Pokimane. I have been leeching content off of her at a haunting level for years. All right. I spent 3 hours on Discord after stream yesterday planning with her on Discord how I'm going to leech content from her next year. All right. I made an outline. I don't want to hear any of this shit like I'm just gonna start leeching content from her. No, listen, when she was a 30 viewer Andy and I had single digit views, I leached content from her. When I was a 40 viewer Andy and she was a 100 viewer Andy back when Twitch D&D was doing better, I was leeching content. And no matter what size of streamer she gets to be or what size of streamer I get to be, if I'm a big partner with thousands of viewers and she's a small little itty bitty streamer with double digit viewers, I'm gonna leech content off her. That's what I fucking do. I don't apologize for it, and I never will. Because that's what friendship is. Anyway, good morning, Vinny. Good morning, Flower. Good morning, Sienna. Good morning, Night. What's up, guys? Good morning, Busy. Good morning, Thorkin. How you doing? Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, everybody who I met. Oh, Fox. Actual Fox. I missed you, Fox. What's up? How's it going? Good morning, Fox. Good morning. Who else am I missing? Good morning, Serenity. Victus, thank you for 30 months, bro. I appreciate that. Holy fuck. Jesus, man. 30 months is a long-ass time. Good morning, Sienna. Good morning, Venus. Good morning, Ashy. Good morning, everybody, man. It's a good day, bro. It's a good day. We're gonna do some fun stuff today. So, good morning, Bailung. I also need to leech more content in general. It is great. It's a great way of doing things. Like, listen, all I want to do on Twitch is have friends to leech content off of. All right, that's what I wanted at Twitch. Good morning, Brain. Good to see you, bro. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Dude, I leached content off of Ashy so hard that she had to respond in such a Twitch way that she made an actual Final Fantasy Andy lose their fucking shit and aneurysm over it. It was one of the greatest achievements of both of our Twitch careers. All right, and I'm gonna farm more of that next year. That's what I promise, because I'm your streamer, and I answer to the people, and I answer to the Dragon's Claim, and I answer to subs above all else, and I answer to people with big bits badges cheered above absolutely all else. But that's irrelevant. And I'm gonna leech more content for you guys. I'm gonna be the D&D category goblin. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna react to everything. I'm gonna go into people's chat when they're live and troll them. I wish more of my friends were live when I was live, so I could go into their chat and just like talk shit to them while they're live, you know? I miss doing that. I don't think anybody I stream like Ashley goes live usually right after me. Fishy's live in the evenings. Who's live right now? Who do I follow that's live? Aduria? Should we leech content off of Aduria? Yo. Yeah, alright. Yo, what do you think about D&D? This is how you do it.
Yo, what do I think about D&D?
Yep.
That game is ass. Everybody knows that you should be playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Yep.
D&D is old news, man. Did you hear about all the OGL bullshit? God.
True.
Are you not streaming today, Evan?
Oh, I'm live. I'm just leeching.
Oh, no, you are streaming. You're just leeching. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Thanks, bro. See you later. Have a good stream. All right, and that's how it's done. That's how it's fucking done right there. That's a pro leech move. I leeched at least a minute out of Aduria right there and there. Easy clap. You know how much I tried to be punny and meme Evan? Evan is the memester. Listen, I don't know about the meme master, but I can leech better than everyone else. All right? I can leech better than any streamer you follow on Twitch, unless it's Mizkif. But besides that, all right? In 2024, I'm thinking we dream big. Let's try and get D&D commenters to react to the Final Fantasy XIV Andy did. How do we get D&D commenters to react and lose their mind the way Final Fantasy XIV nerds do? Because I have many hot takes. I think you can't
imagine leeching in a stream. SMH my head. That's some boomer Asmongold stuff.
Cheer for the leech. The leech has to be a leech. It has to be a one-directional leech. There can't be unless the TTS leech meta. Holy shit. Aduria is a genius. Thank you for the 100 bits, bro. What the fuck? He is based. You're right, Viddy. You're right. Based, attractive Fox streamer. Aduria. There it is, man. Go follow him, bro. He's a good guy. We can react to Session Zero talk. We can. Are there any Session Zeros online that we can react to and criticize the absolute ever-living shit out of? Like, has any big D&D stream like Critical Role relevancy? I don't mean like, oh, you've got 2 viewers and those viewers are both your friends and you have 5 players. Why don't you have at least 5 viewers? It's kind of weird, man. You know, that's what we're talking about for Session Zeros usually. But I want the Critical Role size streams. I want the D20 whatever, Dimension 20. I want the Dungeons and Daddies. I want the big streams. I want one of them to do a Session Zero and talk about their feelings, and then I want to react to it and roast the ever-living shit out of them. That's how we're going to generate our content, Ashy, in 2024. We're going to do it. Got my calendar, my dice sets. I also like these little candies. Excellent. Be careful with those. Those are dangerously addictive, and you can only get them in Canada or Canadian style gift stores in America. So, you know. No, thank you for supporting Ella Steele. It means the world to me. I hope you like your dice. She put a lot of that. She put so much, dude. She made so many versions of your. I don't know if she told you how many versions of your dice she went through, but she wanted to get them so right. It was hilarious. So, I hope they're to your liking. She put a lot of effort into making them specifically to your specifications. as well as the calendar is absolutely lit, and I can't wait to see people start opening them in a couple days, actually. I think December 1st is on, what, Friday? I hope everyone has their calendar by then. I don't think I've ever seen the actual Session 0 recorded ever. Typically, that's off stream. Exactly. So we need to find one that was on stream, a Session 0 that we can roast, that we can talk shit about, that we can make fun of, and be D&D bullies. Because there's one thing I like about Ashy, it's her balance. She's like everything you want in like a sweet, you know, anime princess friend, but also she's kind of a bully, and that's why I love her. You know, it's like she's supportive and kind, but also she'll tell you that your healing's bad and that you need to rotate your cooldowns better because you're fucking trash, bro. What are you saving them for when the group's already dead? This is hardcore WoW, motherfucker. You do that before the group wipes, or you know, whatever she says. I don't know. I think we're seeing an actual Session 0. Okay, I think at least 2 Session 0s coming up. I could record them secretly. Please do record them secretly. Don't tell your players, and have them air all of their trauma and greatest, you know, insecurities about D&D. And then what we'll do is we'll roast them. Absolutely, we'll take a confidential, you know, Session 0 where they tell you their vulnerabilities and how not to exploit them. And we're gonna air that on the internet and make fun of them for it, because that's what you deserve if you get a Session 0. No, that's why we need a big one. We need a big one. We need a real Session 0 that's publicized. It's a big deal. That what if I do a D&D stream, a weekly D&D stream, where all I do are Session 0s for hypothetical games that never get run. So I bring like 5 different players in every single time, and I just have a Session 0 with them. And I'm like, all right, guys, see you next week. And then what I do is I delete the VOD. We never talk about it. We gaslight everyone who thinks that the Session 0 what actually happened. And we talk about how Session 0 is this week. And we just proverbially have that going on. So I'm going to open my calendar. I might actually make it through all half of December before opening them all like last year. Dude, come on, man. You got to wait for your calendar, bro. You got to wait until the day that the number is to open it. Otherwise, you're just being a cobalt. So, you know, tragic backstory. TM Fox, do you want me to enter your tragic backstory into the world? What kind of trauma do you want to handle IRL via D&D therapy? Because that's what a Session 0 is. Session 0 is a player saying to the DM in confidence, I can't afford therapy, so I would like to resolve this trauma that happened to me via this game. So can you try and work that into the story, please? And that's the majority of Session 0s as far as I'm concerned, you know? And, you know, if you got it all at once, Jesus, okay, all right, never mind. That's too much for me. For clarification, I would never do that. That's terrible. This is a bit. Please don't fire me. Listen. If people don't understand, Viddy, that something is a joke, I consider that a social strainer, a net, if you will, that one must pass through. Otherwise, a bar that you must jump over, if you will, that someone needs to be included in one's life. So I think if somebody sees the clip and thinks, wow, Viddy's such a terrible person, it's probably for the best, you know? That's just my impression, you know? What's going on, Ivalon? I got you. Run Session 0 how they think they should go. Then I react to how you're doing it wrong and you're harming your players for not asking what their kinks are. Perfect. We have our entire content schedule for half of January now. 2024 is going to be a great fucking year for D&D on Twitch. And you know what? We're going to do it as a team. So we need a Viddy safe word. We do need a Viddy safe word. You don't get the joke, you get banned. Yeah. I like that that's true. You don't get the joke, you get banned. That's like that's unfortunately true in a lot of streams or whatever, you know. Hopefully not my stream. If you don't get the joke, you get just laughed at a little bit, and then hopefully you get the joke after that. So all right. So I did have a conversation with Faye yesterday afternoon, I should say. And you know what? I think she inspired me to try and bring my desire to play an IRL game on Twitch a little bit sooner than I thought. You know, she kind of inspired me to have a little more faith and confidence in maybe doing a bit of a scuffed game. Not because of anything specifically that she said, but just the idea of you know, doing D&D stuff that I want to do as opposed to waiting for it to be perfect. So I might actually try and work on that this year ahead of time. And I got to find some players, and I got to find some things, and I want to run a kind of game the way I want to run it. And I'm just gonna do it this year. Fuck it. I'm just gonna send it. Or next year, I guess, in early January, probably. I'm just gonna send it, and if it's not perfect, if there isn't perfect art for it, if it's not all pristine and polished, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna run it. So yeah, man, it was a good conversation yesterday. I don't think anything I ever type in chat isn't a joke, but it feels like the trick question. Does the liar lie when they tell you the lie? Exactly. I don't know, man. Who knows? It's all just one giant pun leading to the next one. You mean like if we honestly believe you rigged a sketch raffles? That's true. One person did get banned because they honestly thought that I rigged the sketch raffles. They did unfortunately have to get banned for that. I had to let him go. You know, it was a somber moment where like the mods were like the Stark children, you know, and I was like Ned Stark just pulling out the Executioner's Claymore, you know. Thorkin's like holding on to Blaze's shoulder, and he's like, don't look away, as we had to like get him. So yeah, that was rough. D&D will never be perfect. It won't be, Ivalon. You're right, and that's something that I've been worried about. I've worried for a long time about the pressures of like, am I living up to expectations for D&D? Because like, you know, people expect for a game run by me to be full of art and resources and assets and all this cool stuff and custom magic items and dazzling backgrounds and whatever, and that's why I haven't done it mostly. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I haven't rushed into running a D&D game, but I haven't really done one because I haven't wanted to do all of that and commit to all of that for a weekly game for a while. But you know, maybe it doesn't need to be that. Maybe I can just run a game and just have some fun, tell a story. We'll see if people like it. You know, if they don't like it, that's fine. People might not like it, people might like it, and who knows? You can never. I think sometimes I suffer from I don't know if some people call it perfectionism, where you don't want to do something until it's perfect, but I don't think it's perfectionism. I think that's just caring about your project. Maybe that's me coping and actually being a perfectionist. Who knows? More people might tune in if you use the new books. That's true, but the problem is what I would want to do is I'd want to use all my homebrew content. So I don't know. You know, I'd want to have at least a player in the party as an Astral Sage, and I'd at least want to have one player in the party as an Astral Knight, and whatever else they do. It'd be cool if everyone in the party used a custom subclass for Teleria, or an Eldar. That'd be really cool. If I get like 5 players, one Sage, one Knight, one like Astral or Eldarin Paladin. I have an Eldarin Paladin planned. I have an Eldarin Warlock, which is really fucking cool, planned and like basically finished, except it isn't written down. I haven't talked about it in a long time. And then I have plans for like an Eldarin druid and cleric as well. So it'd be cool if like people played either the class and then the subclasses, and then everything's like custom to the world, you know? That'd be kind of fun actually, doing a game like that. But you'd have to convince your players to do that, and it's hard to convince players to do anything because all they want to do is talk about their tragic backstories and resolve their therapy bills within your D&D game. So I need to find players that are like emotionally stable individuals, but also if I did find players who are emotionally stable individuals, they wouldn't be interested in playing D&D with me now, would they? So Nick, it's going good. We're chilling, bro. We're chilling. Gonna do some painting today on one of the Astral Sages. It's funny, Ash, you'd be surprised how many people don't read the 5e books. That's true, actually. A lot of people don't give a shit. They read the first book and they don't care about the other ones. The last book that I really cared about that 5e came out with was Xanathars. I thought Xanathars was really great, actually, and I don't know, Xanathars was fun. And then I think Tasha's is probably a book that I would probably enjoy as well, but I just haven't picked it up. You know, that's just expensive, bro. And I got like, you know, it's like a $50 book, or you could buy $50 worth of trading card game cards. You know, and I'm trying to fill my sets out, right? Like I decided that the boomer thing for what I want to do for cards is I don't want to buy new card sets. I just want to fill out my old card sets and try and build complete sets that aren't worth anything because no one gives a shit about complete sets. But that's what I want to do, and you have to support me through it instead of telling me that I should be ashamed of myself like my parents do. No, I'm kidding. I don't think it's imposter syndrome, Sienna. Imposter syndrome is defined, I believe, as you don't feel worthy or you feel like an imposter versus the things that people think of you or the way people regard you. You feel like you're not up to their standard or up to the standard that people hold you to. Now that would work for a person that was producing things at a high level. For me, it's not imposter syndrome to know I'm a shit artist and a dog shit streamer, because I am both of those things. And you know, it's not an imposter syndrome because I don't have a positive. Yeah. Yeah, it's not imposter syndrome if you're actually dog shit. So $5 for every DM that never read the DMG, I'd be a millionaire. I read the DMG a while ago and it was fun, actually. Reading through the DMG once every year or so is actually kind of fun, kind of relaxing. You know, you refresh yourself for reading. You know what? Okay, here's my quote. Reading the DMG is like players playing Baldur's Gate 3. When my players played Baldur's Gate 3, it reminded them of all the cool things they can do in the world, and when we came into our D&D game, they were way better at like interacting with the world. Reading the DMG and reminding yourself of all the cool things you can do as a DM makes you do more things that are cool in your D&D game in your world. So you need players that are emotionally stable individuals. Okay, Evan. Listen, Fox, I wasn't talking about you or I. I'm just hypothetically theorizing. Maybe some D&D player out there is emotionally stable. I don't know. I'm so 50-50 with Tasha's. I love half of it and hate half of it. What is the thing, Viddy, you love the most, and what is the thing that you hate the most about Tasha's? Tasha's problem is my opinion, but I like Xanathar's. Well, that's the thing. That's why I haven't gotten Tasha's yet, is because I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people that say Tasha's is kind of dog shit. But Xanathar's was good, actually. I think it was a solid book. I would defend Xanathar's as a good book to buy for D&D. Xanathar, and maybe Volo as well. Volos and Xanathar's were both good. For players and GMs for your group to have, but I don't know about Tasha's because you know, the thing about Tasha's is I think that Tasha's gave people a lot of permission to do things that I thought that they should just do anyway. Like, one of the big things that people talk about for Tasha's is like, oh, it gives you permission to like take stats from different races and whatever, so you don't have to, you can look like a gnome, but you can take the half-orc stats because you're a half-orc gnome, or you're a gnome that grew up in a half-orc, you know, community. And it's like, I would just do that anyway. If my literally, if one of my players is like, yo man, I want to be an elf, and I'm like, okay, cool, but I want to be raised in a half-orc family, I'm like, okay, cool, so can I take the half-orc traits but look like an elf? I'd be like, okay, sure. I didn't think that we needed like something in print to like give us permission to do that, but maybe somebody does. Maybe there's some like neck bearding, glasses adjusting, sweaty, pimply DM that wouldn't let you do it unless it's printed in D&D book. And what I say to that is, why are you playing with that? Do it anyway. So I don't know. Using Tash subclasses, Xanthar subclasses, Xanthar ones were built better. Oh, that's fair, actually. That's I don't know anything about subclasses, so that's a fair criticism, maybe. How many times have I topped off on you because of your imposter syndrome? Fox, it's not imposter syndrome if I know that I'm shit, okay? Listen, I've spent 80 hours on a piece of artwork and I get 3 likes on Twitter. Obviously, it's because it's not good enough. God, come on, man. What else? What else is there? Unironically, the 4E DMGs are the best DMGs, and most of the advice transferred to other editions. Actually true. The 4E DMGs, and actually, I'll go one step further. I think the 4E PHBs are actually really good. Like, I know the 4E PHB, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is like kind of a meme. Like, oh my god, how many PHBs do we need? But I actually liked all of them, which is weird. I don't know. Not a lot of people like them. Sounds like imposter syndrome to me, but then again, armchair psychology on the internet is a thing I don't want to touch. The 10-foot pole. I know. Listen. I know that I have a bit of an unhealthy relationship with my identity as an artist. So I do know ironically that I do have a bit of imposter syndrome, but I'd rather be somebody uncomfortable with my successes than get comfortable with them and stop pushing so hard, Sienna. So that's where I sit on it, like on a serious note. I like the sidekicks from Tasha. What is the sidekick from Tasha? Wait, what's the gist of the sidekick rules? Like variant racial ability scores. I've been doing that since 4E. Exactly. Who needed Tasha's to give them permission to just change up your racial modifiers if you don't like them? I don't know, man. I don't know anybody who's ever like needed permission for that, right? Love tools that help open up character creation, general balancing across classes, a lot of common homebrew rules in one spot. Okay. Hate, since one class got rebalanced, all of them had to get something, and it caused a huge power creep in classes in some classes. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Viddy, I've heard people criticize Tasha's to say that it's kind of pay to win, because if you don't have Tasha's, you're playing in a class that doesn't use the Tasha's modifiers, that you're not like as optimal. Is that a fair assessment of it, or is that not quite fair? I agree with that, Evan. My question for that was, why do you need permission? Homebrew is a thing for a reason, and that's what I've always felt about D&D Night. I think that if there's one thing I can criticize in the D&D community from my like vantage point with experience, is that players covet Wizards of the Coast's content way too much. Back in the original spirit of D&D, when the original creators were making it, they said, here's the framework for the game. It's intentionally open-ended. It's intentionally written, you know, with power to be given to the GM, so you can handle a roll or a check or whatever, however you want, and you're supposed to add in your flavor and spice to the game. But there's been a thing that's happened, partly Wizards' fault and partly the community's fault, in the last 10 or so years in D&D, that have made people covet the rules as written and rules as given like they are sacred. And I've always thought that that's bullshit. If you don't like the way a rule is written in D&D because you like everything about this class, but this one ability just irks you, change it. Ask the DM, say, I don't like that this works this way. Can I play this class but do this instead? And most DMs will probably, if they're good, say, sure. Because what does it do? It doesn't change the balance of your game so drastically that you can't play. It just makes a player have more fun. And I think that people who need permission, like to do cool stuff in their games, I feel like they've like drank the sauce a little bit, you know? I decided never like racial bioessentialism as a bonus. I much prefer it tied to class and background. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't care. If someone wants to be... It makes sense to me from a logical standpoint that a gnome has less strength than a half-orc. But also, I don't give a shit. If a player wants to play a gnome and have an RP like as a gnome with big strength, it's like, whatever. Let him have the stupid fantasy. Who the fuck cares? I don't mind, you know? Psychics are just henchmen or hirelings. Oh, they actually made hireling rules for 5e. That's pretty good. I've known DMs that say, if it's not in the book, you can't have it. Who then went, well, I don't get Tasha's rule, so I'm ignoring it. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's the thing. I would never play with a DM that says if it's not written in the book, you can't have it. You know, that's pretty lame to me, but maybe people are like that. I don't know. You guys, the people that play D&D with randos online. I don't play with the people I don't know online, so, you know, or meet like game store randos or whatever anymore. I used to do that when I was working at the game store and I had to, but I don't know. It was a little bit more surface. So, while Homebrew exists, what Wizards puts out is the baseline assumption that the new players will have. 5e is worded a lot more enforceably than 4e was in that regard. Do you think so, really? Because I thought one thing that people liked about 5e was that it was opened up in its wording a lot more, where I do think the 5e did give some more narrative and mechanical power to the GM that I didn't think that 4e overtly gave them. Right? But again, overtness is the idea there, because I feel like DMs should always had the like power to do what they want in their game, and the players always had the power to change what they want in their game and do what they want. And obviously, you have to be a good enough DM to understand how power works. And if a player, and like also if your player's like, hey man, I want to try this variant rules I found online for guns, and you're like, okay, sure man, go for it. And then your player pops off and it's killing everything. Then as the GM, you just go back to them 2 sessions later and you're like, hey man, this isn't working. You need to find a different rule set for this, because you're just roasting combat. It's just making it irrelevant, and I can't balance combat just for you when everyone else is so far behind. So like, find new rules or go back to the original, you know? And then that's fine too. You don't need to have, it's not like, I think people have this idea in D&D where once they allow something into their game once, that it's now permeated the game until it ends. You can change rules if you don't like week to week. If you have one encounter where somebody does some fucking bullshit, where they do a backflip, pull out 8 guns, shoot them all at you, critical strike straight to the head, you know, while fucking writing their monologue for the next time they meet a villain, like, okay, fine. Just don't let them do it again. Who cares? Like, you know, balance it how you want, man. Yep. Tasha's has some of the most commonly banned subclasses and spells in the community that still don't have hotfixes as a response. It's the min-maxer's paradise, but it made CR obsolete. CR's always bullshit though. Yeah, I don't know. I think that CR is I'm a CR enjoyer, because I think CR is necessary for new players. I think CR is one of those rules that's in place for new GMs, new players to understand how to craft encounters. So I think it's actually CR is a clumsy system, but it's the best we've got, in my opinion. I don't think anyone has anything better than CR that they can propose as an alternative. But I do think that at a certain point as a GM, you stop reading CR almost entirely, because you can sort of like match the CR for your players versus like what you're putting at them in your head. And also, I will change values on the fly if I feel like okay, we're about 4 rounds into this combat and this guy isn't taking nearly as much damage as I thought he would. So I'm gonna drop his hit points down a little bit. Never had a problem with that. And I don't think GMs should be scared of that either, you know? Obviously, you don't want to bounce too much in the middle on the fly because then you give your players advantages or disadvantages, and that kind of sucks. And you can't rebalance things like AC, but you can actually. If you're like, if you have, so here's an example: if you have a character, a villain, and the villain, you thought that AC 19 would be okay, but your players haven't done anything to him, right? At any point in time, and you're like, oh fuck. The AC 19, I screwed up, man. AC 17 would have been well balanced. This, not AC 19. What you do is you say on the dude's next turn, it's like, okay, all the damage you have done to his armor, it begins to crack and crumble, and he sort of shrugs off his pauldrons, and you get the sense that he's less armored now.
Visitors, how
right?
exciting!
And that's a good way of like I think changing it on the fly. Nerd Halla, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, my friends. Good to have all of you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yo, what's up, Kai? Good to see you, dude. Welcome, Nerd Halla. I'm honored by your presence. Welcome, everybody. We're just talking about Tasha's and giving people permission to do stuff that I feel like they should already have permission to do in D&D games. So, I don't know. Cozy up. If you guys aren't following Nerd Halla, please go over there, drop a follow. It's a good time over there all the time, you know, and I appreciate it. So thank you again for the raid. Thanks, guys. Good to see you. We were just talking about how a lot of times because we're talking about Tasha's and other D&D books, and I don't know how all y'all feel about this, but my opinion and our kind of consensus where we've reached this morning in our little intro before we start painting is that D&D books shouldn't necessarily be required to give you permission to do cool stuff in your game. Like, for instance, Tasha's gave you the variant racial rules bonuses for like ability scores, so you can be an elf with half orc, you know, abilities. But I've always thought that's something you should just be able to do in your game. If a player came to me and said, "Hey, I'm an elf, but I was raised in a half orc culture. Can I just have the half orc, you know, abilities?" I'd be like, "Okay, sure." You know, I never felt like I needed a book to tell me and give me permission for that kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys feel the same way about whether or not rules need to be written in a way, or if D&D is more open as a game. But I think I'm on the side of trying to argue D&D is more open, and you should kind of be able to play what you want to play. So I was doing world building for homebrew campaigns. Oh shit, I love world building for homebrew. So that is probably my absolute favorite thing on Twitch. I'm actually catching the VOD actually. But I'm a world building for homebrew enjoyer. I think that to me is the absolute spice of what makes D&D my favorite game in the world, is homebrew stuff. So that's awesome, dude. Guys, go drop a follow, seriously. Exactly how I feel about 4E and 3.5 ended up in a place of necessity to solidify technicality. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it is just required for people to have for the rules lawyers out there, for you to print in that, you know, you can do this and you're allowed to, you know, change this up in your game. But I always think that if you don't like the way a rule is written for your class or for the game or whatever, just ask your group if you can change it, you know, or just make the confident decision if you're the GM to say, "Hey guys, I like flanking, and I like that flanking gives you advantage or whatever, but I don't want it to give you that advantage. I'm not going to give for sneak attack, whatever." You know, like maybe you like the flanking gives advantage rules, but you don't like the fact that your rogue is just one-shotting everything. Then you just change it. You're like, wow, that last dungeon we just ran in record time was like super OP because we just had the fighter and the rogue get on opposite sides of the dude, flank him, and the rogue one-shot him every single time. Like, that was a little lame. So I like flanking and giving advantage because it makes combat more consistent, but sorry, rogue, you don't get to sneak attack off of that advantage. You need to find advantage in some other way or whatever. Like, I know that they can get advantage still and still sneak attack if anyway. You understand what I mean? And I think that you should be able to change that stuff on the fly, because I don't think that you should ever feel as a player or a GM, you know, confined by the rules are printed this way or that way. You know, make up your own rules if you like it. That was the original spirit of D&D back in, you know, if you go back and you read first and second ed media and people talking about like famous GMs from back in the day who ran the games, the you know, the Gygaxes of the world and whatnot, people who like actually ran D&D and talked about it here and there, they always talked about like, oh yeah, that rule works most of the time, but like, you know, sometimes it doesn't, so we just don't use it all the time. And it's like, excuse me, a rule printed in the D&D book is only used some of the time by the creators? It's like, wait, hold on, wait, what? You know, why do we have to feel constrained to it? So I don't know, man. I think people should play what they want to do, and if you like certain subclasses from a book or from wherever, just use them. If you like different stats and you don't want to have to use your stats in as written, just make it work for you. Which a better way to describe it? 5e is written more as authority, 4e is written more as collaboration. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, 5e is written very authoritatively, but I think that that's almost like, but it's almost like they try and give some of the power. It's like they use a strong sense of authority to try and give power to the GM to be creative, if that makes sense. But maybe they don't do that well enough to be worth writing it so authoritatively. Maybe you're right about that. I think actually there's something there. So, you know what this is? Lawful players slash DMs versus chaotic players and DMs. Is it? Is that the big divide? Or not? Under the impression that people may complain about 4E rules, it was too specific and had more of the flavor sucked out of it. Oh, for the adventures? Or oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Instead of nerfing the characters, I'd switch up the monsters to something either they can't be flanked or immobilized by the rogue. And exactly, Kelly, that's 100%. I agree. That's how I do it. So like, if people could watch me play D&D more often, I think one of the things that I would get criticized about a lot is that I give my players too much power. Because I do, and I talk about it on stream. I'm like, oh yeah, I gave my players this magic item. People are like, what the what you built that magic item and gave it to your players? Holy shit. How did that work out? Like, didn't that break encounters or whatever? I give my players way too many magic items because I like the idea of players having multiple choices. You can still only attune to the same amount of items. You have multiple choices to go into a dungeon, decide how you want to handle something. And I think that decision making is one, really fun for my players. I see them enjoy talking about it. And two, they get more loot out of it. And loot's always fun for players. So any excuse to give them more loot is, I think, a great thing to have. And so I just balance my encounters to be a little bit harder. It's difficult. You need to have some experience in doing this, I think. But even if you do it poorly, I think it's better than not doing it at all. Because when you risk not having fun, you know, for the sake of balance in your D&D game, I think you're kind of doing it maybe from the wrong direction, or maybe have some more confidence in yourself to be able to balance it later. And if you do undertune something and you give a bunch of guys henchmen 50 HP and your warlock's just blasting them down one shot, you can always say the door's open and 10 more henchmen come in. Like you can do that as a DM, and I think you have a lot of power to balance however you want, which is why I don't worry so much about how something's balanced on paper, because you balance it on the fly if you know what you're doing, I think, and you have a little bit of confidence in yourself to do that. It usually always works out. Sometimes it's a bit messy, but most of the time it works out, you know. And then you just balance up for it. You just make things harder. Yeah, like Kelly said, you make the goblins not easy to be flanked. Like maybe they have, I don't know, as the rogue sneaks up on the goblin, you see this terrible eye open up in the back of its head as it blinks at you. And the rogue's like, what the hell? And you're like, that goblin is unflankable. And you're like, oh shit. You know, like you can change it, man. You just gotta be creative. But I don't know. Go check stream topics for anyone who wants to pile up 4E goodness. I would probably avoid it. A lot of text. All right, fair enough. Thanks for the warning, Ash. I'll check it out after stream though. Cause I'm curious what you wanted to post there. 4E was one of the most balanced D&D games. 4E was great. People are looking back on 4E like Star Wars fans look back on the prequels with like fondness, you know? I made the mistake of giving away magic items like candy. What happened? Was it just too overpowered? You just couldn't balance around it? They just blew everyone up or whatever, or what wasn't? Because I personally give magic items away all the time, and my players love it, you know. Sometimes it is a little powerful, and here's the thing: if I do make a mistake on an item, I'll go back later and say like, hey bro, I rebalanced your item, and that doesn't always feel the best, but players are generally understanding that maybe something needs to be rebalanced here and there. And it's just like, hey man, so just so you know, that thing doesn't deal 2d8, it actually deals like 1d8. So we're gonna do that 1d8 plus 2. So next time you do get a critical or whatever it does, 1d8 plus 2 instead of 2d8. All right, cool. And then you just rebalance it, you know. I think it's fine. Goblins of shields, a la Roman phalanxes. Yeah, absolutely, that's awesome. Whatever creative solutions we can find to make our game more interesting and more fun, I think is better than worrying about rules as written. Still working on the Crimson Witch of Flames homebrew. Thinking of some attacks that would be exclusive to both her from forms. Ooh. I like the whole fire aspect, but I don't know. Now that Ulner's subathon is done, I'm back to setting up a 4E game solo stuff with her first so she can learn the system. I'm so excited to see Ulner play D&D for the first time. I mean, or the first time on stream or whatever, or at least hear about her stories from playing it the first time, right? Yeah, what's up, Xiao? They're too overpowered because I had 7 players on top of it. Oh, okay, that can lead to it. If you have too many players and you're giving away too many magic items, it's hard to balance the more players versus the more items you have. That is fair. end up having to destroy their bag of holding, spilling their items into the Astral Sea. And you know what? Why not? That's like, it maybe isn't the most clean or elegant way to rebalance things, but you know, the important ones they had on them, and the rest of them they had to lose in some dramatic event or whatever. And I think that most players who understand, you know, how difficult it is to run a game will kind of be like, okay, fair enough. You know, I think if anyone, like, if you like have to rebalance by doing that, like destroying their bag of holding, realistically, I think that most players have some sympathy for the GM and can kind of understand, like, all right, that's fair. You know, and if they don't, and if they lose their mind and freak out over it, I think that's kind of a great, you know, a metric of like, do you jump over the social bar to play in a D&D game with somebody else? You know, but maybe that's just my opinion. So, never understood the 4E hate. I always enjoyed my 4E games. Heck, I enjoy the games every system. The only time I haven't enjoyed the games was when a shitty DM. So, my criticism of 4E when it came out, Night, was before I was working at the game store, but we were all 3.5 enjoyers, like heavy 3.5 enjoyers. When I remember when 4E came out, 4E was like, we went to the game store, and I remember being there, and we were looking at the 4E books, and I'm like, okay, guys, I'll buy the DMG. Everyone else was buying a PHB. I think 2 players were splitting one or whatever, but we were buying DMG and PHBs. I don't remember. I think the group chipped in for the monster manual as well, which was really nice. Everybody like paid me like, or gave me like $5 or whatever for the monster manual, because I think D&D books were actually affordable back then, you know. And it was great, and I'm like, great, okay, cool, we're all good. And I remember the game store employee came over, because I was working with that guy later. When I started working at the game store later on, I was working with him, but I knew him ahead of time. So I remember my friend Drew, before I was like friends with him, he like walks over, he's like, oh, you guys are interested in 4E? He like leans up on the shelf, and we're like, yeah, man, we're big 3.5 enjoyers, so hopefully this will be great. He's like, 4E is a lot of fun, you guys we'll have a lot of fun with it. And we're like, oh yeah, we're so excited. He's like, but do you guys have your spell cards? And we're like, are what? And he's like, oh, your power cards. Yeah, no, you guys need to get your power cards as well. And we're like, what are these? He's like, yeah, Wizards of the Coast released them because powers are different, so you need to put in the cards. And we're like, oh shit, okay, I guess, like, you guys, I guess we should get the cards, you know. And he's like, and you know, you need to get the maps as well. We're like, what? But what are you talking about? Well, Wizards now made and it's like the product line for 4E expanded so much that I just remember, like, about a year or two into 4E, we're like, okay, I gotta buy another PHB, another DMG, and whatever. Like, it felt like the reason I didn't like 4E when it came out was it felt like they were kind of trying to soak a lot more money out of the player base, and that's why I didn't love 4E. But there wasn't anything wrong with the system that I hated about 4E. It was just the immediate like shock of 3.5, where it's like Wizards first said, hey, if you want to play our game, you need a book and paper, and that's it. And I think ever since then they just try. It's like I'm not a big D&D Beyond user, because I don't want to pay like a sub fee to, you know, I prefer pen and paper anyway for a lot of my stuff. I don't like the creep of, like, you know, wanting to try and get more and more and more out of the player base, right? I mean, even the WotC CEO, or the Hasbro, no, the WotC CEO, Cynthia Williams, I believe, she said that she thought in an investor call that the D&D was heavily under monetized. And it's like, it's not really what you want to hear out of the person that runs the company that makes the game you like. That they think that already, with you paying for your D&D Beyond subscription, with you buying new games, you know, content, with you buying a new book every once in a while, with you buying a new this and buying that and buying whatever, that you're being under monetized. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like once you spend your $50 to play the game, you can that should kind of be your ticket to play the game until like a great new book comes out. But you know, I don't know if the new books are really worth it. That's why I haven't bought a lot of the new books, because like I bought Theros and I was like, this was not worth $50. The Theros book, to me, I'm like, the content in here was definitely not worth $50 to me. It didn't have enough rules. Like, I guess it had some cool setting stuff, but I make my own homebrew settings. So like, as a homebrew D&D, you know, creator for your own games or whatever, I just don't think there's a lot of value in a lot of Wizards books. But you know, that's why I was asking about Tasha's earlier, because I wasn't sure if Tasha's was worth it. I did say that I thought that Xanathar's was worth it, and maybe Volo's, but Tasha's I'm not quite sure. So sure. I don't know. It's like Overwatch 2, great gameplay, monetization, yeah, something like that. I don't know. That makes sense. That was around the whole OGL time under monetized bit came out. That was a whole thing. So Hopefully that means more fiction books, more modules, more game maps, more worlds, more optional stuff. And you know, and here's the thing, Kelly, I feel like the D&D community, you know, because I'm kind of a part of this like online group of creators now, and a lot of my friends are D&D people that do D&D things. Like, you know, my friend Mendari had a big Kickstarter this year for Ascension to Godhood, and a really cool module. I think that the D&D community market is where I'd rather spend my money. You know, I think that creators like Wizards, I think, is worried about being very safe, right? But I think that I'm really excited about a lot of people's creations within the community. If I had, you know, let's say a budget of like $100 a year to spend on D&D, which is I think a reasonable amount to spend on your favorite game you play so much every year. That's you know, you can spend $100 or $200 a year. That's fine. You know, how much entertainment do you get out of it? But more than that, it's like that's a bit rough for the average person. Certainly, it would be rough for me. If I had $100 to spend on D&D every year, I'd rather spend it on people's cool shit rather than another two WotC books. But again, that's just me. So I use the setting books almost exclusively for inspiration of ideas and monster stat blocks. Yeah, actually, stat blocks is actually something that's probably pretty useful, but mostly buy third-party D&D products. And I think that's a lot of people do that. You know, a lot of people do that, and you know, they buy their third-party. We got to do stretches. I actually haven't. I've been working for a while, so I actually needed to do stretches this morning. So thank you for that. I need to do my wrist and forearm stretches, so I'm gonna do that while we're talking. I think honestly, I'm excited about third-party stuff because it's a lot more interesting. And that's what I want to do with my stuff when I release. Because like the initial stuff that I'm releasing, I don't have any plans to monetize like the Astral Sage class or any of that initial stuff. Eventually, maybe I'll do a Kickstarter for like a proper adventure or whatever, something that would take like, you know, hundreds of hours of work, just because it's like, how do you do it otherwise necessarily when you're trying to like do everything else on top of it? But you know, I think that creators who are doing that kind of stuff, like third-party creators, they're way more brave to do stuff, and they're way more like empowered to do crazy shit. And I would rather people look at my magic items, my classes and stuff, and say, wow, that's kind of imbalanced and overpowered, than meh. I'd rather be like scorned for it being OP and imbalanced than just ignored for it being boring and safe. That's how I feel about it. But I don't know. Fox, holy shit, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you for the 29 months of being subbed, and thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fox. That's very generous of you. Damn, bro. 29 months. That's a long ass sub, bro. I rarely run modules, but I'll steal them for my own plot and world building. 100%. Yep. Inspire. Gold Press, Hit Point Press, MCDM, Elder Brain, some of my favorites. Yeah, I don't know much about Cobalt or Hit Point, but MCDM stuff I really like. I got my hands on some of the digital copies of the books, and I think they're really solid. You know, I think I might actually implement Strongholds and a lot of stuff from Strongholds and Followers in my next book, or sorry, my next game. I really like that book. So, but yeah, I don't know. Love the era of D&D where they let the writers world build and they play tested those worlds and became the characters mentioned in the world books. That's, yeah, like safety is the enemy of the soul of D&D. Like, they need to try crazy shit and risk doing stuff that's imbalanced and broken and whatever else, because I think that one, you need to have more confidence in your GMs to be able to like run the games properly, but yeah, the soul of D&D is not found in safety and security. Maybe you could make an argument. You could make an argument that I wouldn't say you're wrong about this, but if you made the argument that Wizards' role is safety, I could understand that argument. But even, it's like, regardless of if that argument is true or not, I still think that it's more interesting to do third-party stuff. So I agree with that. Some of the races I'm creating TTRPG World are way more powerful than others, and that's the point of them. Yeah, I think that I'd rather my players have fun and have some cool shit than it be balanced or whatever. I'll just figure out the balance later. Cold Press Tome and Beast 1 to 3 are great resources for creators. I've heard multiple people say the Tome and Beasts are really good. So the old AD&D stuff, oh yeah, the real soul of D&D. I feel like 3.5 was the last system that had that sense of soul. 4E was a very good mechanical game, but I feel like some of the soul of D&D that you could feel in 3.5 from original editions, that was kind of the last time that I really felt that breath of soul in D&D. But I think Pathfinder First Edition actually carried that soul really well. So when he runs games, yeah, I can't wait until that actually publishes it as a setting. Yeah, that'd be a whole thing. One of my favorite settings is the Midgard setting that was created by Cold Bell Press. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I can create a whole setting that I can build at some point in time into like a proper book. But you know, a lot of that comes with a shit ton of art that I have to do for that. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna paint something. All right, we're actually gonna paint something. I did this here. I'll show you an example of painted versus a sketch version. This is what we're gonna try and do today for this character. So this is Ella's paladin, Amelia. Ooh, Amelia Hearthwood. She's so paladin-y. Ooh, look at all the paladin things. Look at the reflection in the armor. Look at that reflection. You see those pixels? Holy shit. This is her character Amelia that I drew, or I sketched for her, and then we painted it in. This is what we ended up with. We kept the line work in. I did want to change up some things with the line work this time around because I think that I have I learned some lessons on this that I want to apply to the next one. But we are going to do this, attempt the same thing with her Astral Sage Scarlet. Because I think that Elle is going to play her Astral Sage in another game as well. So we're gonna paint out her Astral Sage for her and see. I'm gonna practice it up a bit because I got to do some paintings soon. I got to do some real paintings for actual characters. Next week I want to work on. I want to spend some more time on those 2 characters I was doing for Victus and paint that out on stream a bit. That's a bit harder because it's in a background environment as well. This is just in her, you know, in a character portrait sort of mode. So a little bit easier, but still. Oops, that's not what I want to do. All right, so. But yeah, I want to create a setting book that I feel like people can look at and look to as like this is sort of a cool, if not like, because I feel like if I worry too much about balance, I will get lost in like I'll spend too much time worrying about balance and not enough time creating. And I'd rather have a fully created world in, you know, a year or 2 rather than an extremely well balanced one in 10. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you want out of your creation, out of your world building? Do you want it to actually see the light of day, or do you want it to be perfect and flawless? That seems like a perfectionism thing for me that I'm not worried about messing with. Is that I think that I'll be able to create something that is hopefully fun for a lot of people to play with and inspires people to rip stuff from for their adventures. You know, it would be an ultimate honor if people played with anything from the adventure for me. Like if they liked something or a location or a class or whatever they want to build in their own homebrew, or if they want to play like the first, if it ever happens, my like one of my dreams come true would be hearing that people are playing a game in Eldara. There's enough of the content there for people to actually play a game, and that a GM somewhere out there thinks that the content is worthy of their stories, and that they want to actually play a game set in Eldara. For me, that would be the ultimate goal is for one GM to play their game in Eldara. That would be kind of it for me as far as like things I could achieve in life, you know. But we'll see. How is the creation of the Astral Stage and the Astral Knight classes going? It's going well, actually. I one thing I talked about a little bit with my friend last night or yesterday afternoon was building classes and stuff, and I think I got some ideas and stuff or some confidence to do some things out of our conversation. So I was inspired, I guess, and inspiration is a great thing to have when you have it, you know. All right, we're making a new layer for this. What's our color that we're going to use as a default? Let's use Astral Sage Blue. Now I can start painting out. We're going to fix our edges first, and then we'll start painting out our flat. We're going to do this in a bit of a different way. We're not going to paint it out the normal way I would paint something out. We're going to try something that I tried for Amelia, and I actually like the process. We're going to paint flats in, which is something I don't really ever do. I don't think painting flats is actually all that useful, but I'm going to try to... We're trying to also develop a style that I can do somewhat efficiently for commissions. So we're going to try this out today and see if it works. We're going to try and refine that idea of painting flats in and see if it's a bit faster. So, but yeah, the creation of the classes is going well, albeit maybe a little bit slower than I'd like, but that's kind of the way it is. Yo, thank you, Shiny Mew Paint. That's an amazing name. That's brilliant. Thank you, Shiny Mew Paints, for the follow. I appreciate you. Shiny Mew is one of my favorite shinies. personally I enjoy. I'm a Mew enjoyer, so. Would you ever allow someone to play a wizard apprentice who was accidentally polymorphed into a ferret by their absent-minded master after first level, who's a gnome druid, has a gnome druid for a familiar that they were in wild shape, and the only animal around them that she casts find familiar, so the gnome translates the ferret through the psychic link? Absolutely, why wouldn't you? I mean, I would question if my player is alright, you know, emotionally, but I would allow him to do that. Why wouldn't I? I think being a DM of yes is very important to me. And I think the part of that is never saying no to your players, but like, let's say I think that idea is too silly. Let's say that idea specifically is too silly for one of my games. I like to take my fantasy a little bit more seriously. I don't want any polymorphed ferrets and gnome whatever in my D&D game. If I felt that way, then I just wouldn't play with that player. You know, I'd be like, hey, that was fun. We got to play a game together, but like, I don't think our styles match up all that much. But I never like to make players feel restricted in the game before ever playing with them. So I would let my player do that. And then if I didn't like it later, but the idea of like, would I allow my player to do something? I usually always allow my players to do whatever they want. And then we figure it out later. All right. So, okay. We'll remind ourselves with our fill layer. Ooh, that's kind of cool, actually. Wait, I like that. That's actually kind of sick. So our fill layer depicted her clothing as sort of very dark. I wonder if we should use. So I imagine it'd be dark black, like it'd be black fabric, black and white fabric. But the black needs to have a tint to it. And so do we go with a very dark black or very dark blue or a very dark purple for Astral Sages? I think maybe the blue is better for a more uniform look. So we'll probably try that and see how it looks. We'll test it out, all right? We'll see how it goes. And I wonder if we can actually use some of our fill layers for selections. Hold on, let's try this. Make some selections out of these. See if we can save some time and be a little scamazzy. All right, so we're going to select. We're going to invert the selection. Ooh, that doesn't work. Doesn't work super well. All right, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to try and cut corners here. We're going to do this the right way. So we're just going to paint it in. Paint in our flats and see where we get. Probably needs to be a little bit lighter than that. Yeah, there we go. We don't want to go too dark or too light, even if we're going to shade things dark or light, because we're just trying to paint in some flats to give us an idea of color balance and palette for now. The idea of doing it this way is that it removes a lot of the ahead thinking required when you're doing lighting and stuff, so that I can do stuff on stream without having to maintain like a high amount of focus on what I'm doing, so we can still like chat and hang out and stuff. I'm basically also trying to design a way of painting on stream that doesn't stress me out, so that's kind of what we're doing today as well. Person culture as well. It's a pleasure to meet you, bud. Likewise, my friend. I'm still working on in Pokemon Go the shiny Mewtwo or shiny Mew research, and you know what's had me stuck the longest time was actually Kangaskhan. But Kangaskhan is on raids right now, so I can actually get a Kangaskhan to fill out the Pokedex to get the Platinum badge to be able to continue the shiny Mew research. I'm actually really excited. I know it's kind of dumb, but I'm just very excited about it. Actually, when is Kangaskhan raid on till? I gotta make sure I don't have to do this like today. Pokemon Go November graphic. I hope I didn't screw up. Hold on. Did I lose my chance of getting my Mew research because I forgot? It is on until November 30th. All right, I'm literally writing myself a note to do the Kangaskhan raid after stream because I am remembered. Hold on. Kangaskhan raid. Fuck yeah. I'll do it after stream today. PogChamp. Once played as a Wigglytuff? What's wrong with you? Who else is there out for raids right now? Terrakion? I don't care about these. Do I care about anything else? I don't think so. Oh, Mega Gallade! I didn't get Mega Gallade. Fuck. I cared about that. Shit. Alright, whatever. I can still get my Kangaskhan. I guess. I wonder the December Pokemon Go December graphics gonna look like. Pokemon Go December 2023. Wonder if we have any information about 2023 yet. About community days and stuff. What do we got for Pokemon Go December? Hold on. Hold on. What do we got? What do we got? Mega Raids. We got Caesar, Altaria. I already have these guys, so that's cool. Caesar and Altaria. I don't have a Kyurem. Spotlight Hours for Feebas. Oh, shit. December 5th. Spotlight Hour for Feebas. I'm gonna get me a shiny Melodic this time. Or a lucky Melodic at the very least. With Ella. This is gonna be cool, man. This is gonna be a good month. I like this. I already have a Regigigas. Have these bows. Alright, sorry. That was a little self-indulgent, but I wanted to look it up anyway. Black fading to blue with little white dots representing the stars. That was kind of the vibe for a lot of her armors to have, or for a lot of her clothing and sage armor to have those kind of like stardust sort of elements in them. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, what am I doing? Why am I being so careful? We're gonna go over these other colors anyway, so we can be messy for a couple of our colors. I forgore. Because we're going to go over it anyway, so we don't need to precisely and perfectly... Yeah. Okay. I remembered. I'm okay. I'm really not, but I'll be okay. Don't worry. My brain is a barely functioning something or another right now, but I'll be fine. I'll get there eventually. We'll get the colors done. I did one over the weekend. You need to make a Kangaskhan raid. Actually, so there's two things I still need. I still need Kangaskhan. I still need Mewtwo. I haven't caught a Mewtwo in all my years of playing Pokemon Go. I've missed every Mewtwo event. You can believe that. So I need a Mewtwo. And I'm mad about it. I'm sure I'll get one or access to one. Shadow or something along those lines. Just gotta figure it out. All right. And then, of course, we're not going to draw perfectly bright white for our white parts here. We're going to kind of... Is that supposed to be dark? That was supposed to be dark as well. Okay. Trying to remember what was supposed to be dark and what was supposed to be light here. We're trying this strategy to see if it looks good. We tested it first on Amelia, and I haven't done it since, so I feel like I need to test it again. Make sure it actually works. And we'll see how the people react. We'll post it on Twitter. Because you know you're not serious about your art unless you post it on Twitter, which I don't think we've posted Scarlet on Twitter. Have we? I don't remember. Okay, this is also supposed to be dark too. This as well. Probably could have just started with this color palette, but it's easier to do it this way for me, so my brain to work out. And then, of course, her like stockings or whatever. Or her collar. I forgot her collar as well. This dark fabric is probably the most important color we're gonna choose here. I want her stockings to be a little bit different. They're gonna be more desaturated. So we're gonna go with more desaturated gray for that. I kind of like the cloud pattern we have here, but we'll see if it works out on other sages. Because I really feel like we're not going to know if it's good until we actually paint this character in color. So after the finish, homebrew, I'll probably work on a subclass or two, or a class or subclass. I have 2 ideas. Let's see what we got. Wizard, beast, Sasha Cup class. That's cool. I think I really like the ideas. Whenever you've talked about the Red Witch, I'm interested in seeing it when it's done. So I hope you finish it. Hope it works out. Hope it's good. We're painting, Thorkin. We're painting and also shit talking Tasha's Cauldron. So if you have any hot take opinions you want to air about Tasha's Cauldron, now is the time to do it. Maybe we'll do skin tone next, or no, skin tone we're gonna wait a bit. So let's do the dark and the white. Let's base our white off of a warmer white, so it contrasts well. Actually, hold on. Let's try the cool to see if it complements. Yeah, I like the complement more than the contrast. I like it more, all right? And I'm allowed to. We just have to sort of remember where the fill layer initially described the color. So we can continue our flats. We have our line work as a guide here for our flats, so that's kind of nice too. Gotta figure out why it wouldn't let me open it up on, like, open up the full piece on another window. Let me try it again today, actually. Let's see if it works. We're gonna go window, arrange, make new window for Scarlet Astral Sage, maximize it, and it just does that, man. And I don't get it. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? Oh, it's the window, but it's not. It's so annoying, man. Look at that. Why does it just capture a blank window? It's so confusing to me. I don't understand, man. Because on my main monitor, you can see this is a Photoshop window, but because I'm like, you know, it's got the Photoshop stuff on the top and bottom like this here, but it's blank. It's on my other monitor here as the full piece. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's clearly capturing the window, but it's not like. Let me go properties. No. No, that's not it. I don't know, man. I think it's just broken. I think with updating the new Photoshop version, it's just not gonna happen anymore. Unless I do like a monitor capture, which is annoying, but I could do that. Like, I could do this. I could go do display capture, main monitor. Okay. Right, and I just couldn't open anything on my main monitor. I have to put this up here. And then if I open up another window or whatever, right, then it just like, it goes over it and that fucks it up. But I could do that today. I could try it out. Let me make this smaller. Set it on Windows. Get the command center ready. All right. Can even zoom in a little bit on the character. There we go. There we go. All right. We'll try it like that. We'll see if it works out. I don't know. Before you let your druid pick form of the protector or form of the hunter rather than a specific animal, and its appearance was entirely up to you with those guidelines, and then I took a feat to let me cast my druid spells while wild shaped. What was your form, Ashy? This is all a long-winded monkey meta joke, isn't it? Isn't it? I know. No, but I like that. I like that you can sort of pick, because like customization, I think, is always err on the side of allowing for and encouraging customization. You know. I think it's better in general, right? You allow for more customization, your players are happier. But also, it's fine to like have like rigid rules for things in your world building, but allow for your players to customize away from it if they don't like it in the game, right? Some players will want to play the canonical version of something, others don't give a shit. I think it's absolutely fine to have both those kind of players in your game, and for both of them to feel listened to and whatever. You know, because like if I'm playing in a game, I don't want to play like a weird like non-canonical version. I want a sense of immersion. So personally, I don't play strength classes that are like small races. I don't play gnomes. I don't play halflings if they're a strength class, things like that. Because to me, that's part of my immersion. I like feeling like it matches up. You know, if I'm playing within an organization or an order, I don't play a paladin that doesn't feel and look like a paladin. I don't play a Jedi that doesn't feel and look like a Jedi if I'm playing a Star Wars game. I like to fit within the world as much as I can to help build my own immersion within the game. But not everyone's like that, and you have to take that into consideration with players and allow them to do whatever crazy shit they want to do. And they want to say like, oh, I'm going to take the protector form. All right, are you a giant bear? No. Are you a giant rhinoceros? Nope. I'm a slithery little snake. And you're like, what the fuck? Okay. I see you've seen too much YouTube videos, but fine, you can be a slithery little snake. And you're like, all right, fine, whatever, weirdo. But, you know, it's fine. You gotta let him be a weirdo. I don't know, man. I just don't like to say no to things in my D&D game, right? And I think that's a great example for you being more customized friendly. Part of the adaptive class of rational string of things. Should make the S session pre-adaptive. How to incorporate the transition between a yes session and a mythical beast string into an animal instead of a monster. I don't know. I think you can probably I don't know. You can hand wave and magic away certain things if you want. You just have to spend that currency carefully. So if you build that currency by not doing that kind of stuff too often, then you can just like make it work, right? You don't need to have like a big rule for it if you don't want to. Hot take, I haven't read a D&D book in months, my man. That's why I like you. To perform a rabbit protector that could shoot fire and thunder spells and could mega punch people. Okay, you're a Digimon, got it. I understand. Been wondering, what's your general process and what do you when you do anatomy / base sketch of a character? Do you start by creating a body from imagination, look at reference for the specific anatomy, or the other way around? Something no reference at all. I will start with so Thorkin. This is why I say what have I said about figure? I think the figure is composed of 3 components, right? Those components are perspective, anatomy, and gesture. So when I'm starting with a piece, I will do gesture to start off the character. And gesture is very loose, is not atomically correct, and is not like it's gesture. It's loose. It's just supposed to be the freest expression of what you want, so you get the most fluid, interesting design. After that is when I sort of make sure perspective is sort of correct for it, and I sort of refine the gesture a little bit more so that it's perspective. Like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll show you. Let's do a quick little. I won't finish it obviously, but let's just say we're doing you know, we're doing a new astral sage here. So gesture, I would start very loose, right? And I might also include elements of the clothing in their actual gesture form. Right? And I might be like, well, I don't like the way the legs work. All right, so let's erase those. What am I trying to do with the legs? I'm trying to add a lot of movement. So why don't I have one leg sort of coming out first here? And like, so this, now we're getting into a bit of perspective. And we'll have the second leg sort of coming down. And we'll have the first leg, you know, somehow we'll make the perspective work. And the next one, then we can kind of show some asymmetry in the design. Okay, cool. That's not quite big enough. Let's just like, let's make that a little more correct. Okay, cool. Let's figure out our perspective a little bit. So I'll drop the opacity on this, draw over it again. I'll try and be a little more anatomically correct here and try and figure out the perspective and make sure this perspective is fine. Right, okay, so we've got our, like, basically our knee is going into perspective here. So their ass is gonna come out because we're just working with shapes, and this is gonna be a very, and I'll draw lines on it to emphasize the perspective as well. So you'll draw very round perspective defining lines on some of the limbs, especially if they're dealing with complex perspective. And then, you know, we'll figure out what the fuck a foot looks like in a minute here, but I'm not worried about it yet. You know, and we'll do this. We don't need to really worry about perspective. Maybe I'll put some lines in there as reference. And maybe they're on this foot and they're like about to take off or some shit. I don't know. And I want their robes to sort of balance out the bottom of the piece. Okay, and then I want them to be very like elongated and shit. There's not really any perspective here. So then I would go in again, like make this bigger, like size it up now, and then actually try and draw the anatomy over it. And I would use references for like how does the anatomy of your, like, what muscles in the calf are being flexed or strained when you are putting all your weight on one foot with your foot up like this. Because if you're putting all your weight on your foot and your foot's flat, it'll be different than if your foot is up. It'll be different muscles that are getting strained. So you do your anatomy after this, but you can't ignore any of the fundamental three processes in figure, in my opinion. You need to have good gesture to make sure you have interesting figures and interesting poses. You need to have good perspective so that everything works well and looks correct by the fucking rules of physics. And then you need to have good anatomy so that it's believable and looks right. But you can't slack on any one of those. That's my process for it. Layer for later, it's fine. I didn't forget. I kept it all on one for the most part anyway. But yeah, that's how I approach figures. But I'll do that a bunch of times, right, for a figure. And I think that kind of work is very boring to watch. So that's why I don't do it on stream. That's why when I show up to stream... Hold on, let me make sure there's no booba in here. When I show up to stream, the piece looks like... Where's my earliest anatomy? Right? Okay, so when I show up to stream... This is what I show up with. Day of. Right? Because the process of arriving to this point, I find to be not that interesting to watch. Right? The process itself is like kind of boring. And I'll usually draw in a more finished version of the character's face. Because it's weird sometimes, like if in my own personal work, I'll just have line work to represent the character's face. But I find that it's also it's a lot harder to get attached to a piece when you're viewing it and watching it without it having features, right? So that's why I usually show up with a more in-depth sketch on the character's face, a more finished version of that than the rest of the anatomy, which is all very loose. And you can see even then I still have perspective lines to define that her legs are sort of coming forward. You know, and on her arms as well, to sort of define how things are going to wrap around them, to remind myself, you know, that this arm's going back and then coming forward, and this arm's coming forward and then forward again, right? Because like originally she was going to have a staff, which we then converted to a wand, which then we... Hold on, I want to make sure we don't accidentally... Because sometimes sometimes when I'm drawing, I draw... Okay, we're good. Yeah. I'll draw in more features as measurements, right? But yeah, that's how I approach figures. Sometimes if I find a pose that I really love, I'll just like try and copy the pose, like I'll emulate it. I'll just like try and reference it directly. But more often than not, I find the most interesting poses come from your imagination if you're very good at gesture or if you're experienced with gesture. You know, but obviously you don't need the most interesting poses when you're doing concept art where you're trying to communicate a character design. The pose is supposed to, for character design, is supposed to reflect and contribute to the character's design, right? And what does that even like look like? That's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, that's the basics of it, as far as how I see it. Been struggling with step 3. Step 3 is hard because you have to have step 1 has to be interesting. But here's the thing, if your gesture isn't interesting, then all you're dealing with is boring. But if your perspective part is wrong, then it's impossible for you to do anatomy. Because you're trying to make anatomy work in a way that it's not supposed to, because the perspective is incorrect. So you need to have your perspective down first to be able to do your anatomy and finalizing and stuff. And then you need to have just have a giant knowledge base of anatomy, which is really fucking hard. And that's when that's where just drilling anatomy in different perspectives. So you draw a person's hand and forearm in different angles from different viewpoints, and so that skill gets embedded into your brain, so that you just do it. It's just more automatic. It's in your back brain. You're not consciously trying to pull it forward, right? Where's our fill layer supposed to be here? I see. Be very zoomed in here to do these little color blocking details here. But yeah, it just takes practice. Like you what you're trying to build when you're practicing is consistency. But if you know what you're doing and if you do enough of them, you'll eventually get the figure. Sometimes it takes me a couple passes. Sometimes a figure takes me like an hour. Sometimes a figure takes me like 3 hours to do before stream. The pre-stream figure for Scarlet, for instance, was very difficult for me. The pre-stream figure for Charlotte was very easy for me. This was a one shot. I just one and done, got it. It was good. But for Scarlet, trying to figure out the motion and stuff, and like her legs specifically were very difficult for me to figure out. Her legs were different actually in the beginning, if any of y'all remember. They were like she had more of a kick back to her leg. They were more in perspective, and I just couldn't get the perspective to work right without it looking weird and awkward, because there's no like defining lines or details on her stockings to like imply it's going back in space. And I just said fuck it. I gave up on it because I wanted a better design, not a. I wasn't gonna like stubbornly demand that it had to be a certain way. So that is also important. Sometimes if you're like, this just isn't working, then you abandon part of the design to make the entire thing more successful, and you try to do an interesting design again next time. Always attempt the interesting design, but sometimes you don't go with it because you just don't have time to like figure it out. You don't have hours and hours and hours to figure out the sketch, the anatomy part, the base layer of a character. But also, that's if I'm sketching. If I'm painting, it's completely different, Thorkin. If I'm painting, I'm using color to block it out. And anatomy comes way later than perspective, and the addition of light it changes the process. So depending on what your painting process is like, it's very different. Like, actually, let me show you something real quick. In a book I have. This is cool. This is really cool. Character design. Okay, check this out. This is if you're going to paint it. This is one of my favorite books. My The Artiste book. They stopped making these, and I really wish they would bring them back. But these were very expensive. Very very expensive, very nice books. And I got this one specifically because it had this is by my favorite painter, Kekai Kotaki. And there's character portraits and tutorials in here from Kekai Kotaki, right? Like, there's character tutorials from like other artists that I'm just like not, you know, this is like the flat color thing, right? This is a process of how to do flat colors by another artist that eventually turns into, you know, this piece. Oops, there we go. right? But there's a thing in here I'll show you for how to do flat colors, or sorry, not flat colors, but how to do if you're including light into there. Let me show you Kotaki's tutorial. Okay, so if you're painting, for example, this is the painting. This is how he starts, right here. This is blocking in light. You see how the figure sort of forms a little bit. And we'll go to the next page. Sorry, this is all in reverse, so it's kind of hard to do. And then you start figuring out more and more what the figure looks like. And the light and darks of it. But you're also making sure your perspective is like sort of being calculated at the same time. And your anatomy, you just have confidence in it that you're gonna make it work. And then you start adding other color and more detail. And eventually, you know, you arrive somewhere where you're painting, oops, there we go, is starting to have finished detail before sections like, look at his foot. There's an allusion to motion for his foot, but he hasn't actually painted his fucking foot in until this like last page where you see it on the bottom here. And then, you know, the next sort of layers, it gets more and more finished until you get the full finished character design. So, yeah. They look fabulous. Yeah, I wish they... I forget the... Ballistic Publishing was the printing company. Ballistic. And I have a couple of these books, and I really love them. I have a matte painting, a digital painting, a concept art, and a character design. These are some of my favorite books that I just don't know where you get anymore, because I think they're very... I think these were like $80 Canadian or whatever, or $100 Canadian when they were made new, and I guess they just didn't sell enough because they just stopped making them or whatever. But yeah, these are some of my favorite books. So that's how you do it for your characters if you're not like building with line work. If you're actually painting, that's like the classical sort of style. So but obviously to do that, your fundamentals need to be on point. And I prefer doing that. It's just it takes me a lot longer. I've said it before, I'm a very slow painter. Because like I'm not a very good artist, right? And so it takes me a lot longer to do things. So to get to that point, like Kotaki like one shots those. For me, it would be much more of an involved process. I'd get there eventually, obviously not to the same success level that he has because he's a much better artist, but the consistency is one thing that he's way better at, obviously, with experience, and that you will improve at with experience. No matter what art style you're learning or what art style you're doing, your consistency will improve with nothing more than repetition. With conscious practice and repetition, and then your consistency grows. That's one of the most satisfying things that's happened to me over the last 3 years is consistency. Satisfying, I mean that like it feels good to that like you see tangible progression where you're like, oh yeah, I forgot this is how it's supposed to be, you know. But yeah, you'll get there. You're not a very good artist. What am I? I don't know. Probably complete and utter dog shit. Let's face it. I don't know. You didn't go to art school. You can't draw more than a stick figure. Piece of shit. No, stop. Wait, why is my phone ringing? No, silent. You're supposed to be on silent. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Sometimes people think that I'm like calling them out or attacking them when I am being very real about my artistic ability, but I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just talking about where I'm at in my journey. And I'm pretty basic in my journey. My journey was to draw anime waifus. I'd be pretty far along, but it's not. It's to become a classical painter, so I'm pretty far away from it. I'm a mere peepo student in the face of the greats. Well, I said I had the best thumbnail game in all of the indie streamers. I mean, that's true. Like, yeah. But as a classical thumbnail painter, I don't know, bro. That's a whole different skill set, I guess. I would never try that because I'm not ambitious enough to be a thumbnail painter. I keep trying to find time to upload the YouTube videos that Busy edited for me, but every time I have time to sit down and do something, it's always to catch up on something that I'm like heinously behind and having a panic attack over. Hopefully we'll get those up by the end of the year. I want to like wait to like release them properly as opposed to just like throwing them on YouTube casually, you know, because they're really good videos and she put a lot of work editing them, so I don't just want to like just like throw it at the wall just because I have it, you know. I want to really make sure that I release them properly, learn how to do thumbnails, learn how to do naming, tagging, all that stuff first, timing, all that shit. How long till art schools start offering courses on making thumbnails? They probably already are, let's face it. There's like lots of like, I don't know, it used to be a meme to have like game design art. Like, I went to a game design school. It's like, all right, I get it. You know, you couldn't afford real art school, okay, that's fine. But game design schools are like more and more a thing now, you know, for the video game industry. And I bet you that a lot of design, graphic design, and like media education is like focusing around like social media. I bet you anything that's the case. And so I could very much see like as a new course within your like graphic design degree that like you learn about internet sort of like click through design and whatever and thumbnails and all that shit. I bet you it's a thing. Because we learned all these like design fundamentals for print media and billboard and advertising and stuff. Why wouldn't the courses evolve to teach you about the memes of thumbnails? I mean, if you want to learn how to do good thumbnail, just see what Mr. Beast does, and then just copy that. He has different metas. It's very funny if you go to his YouTube channel. Like, not a lot of people visit Mr. Beast's YouTube channel. They visit like his individual videos. But actually, take a look at this. This is kind of funny. YouTube Mr. Beast. Go to his YouTube channel. Go to his videos. Look at the meta. The meta is him smiling with extra white teeth and extra white eyes, with his eyebrows all up and his eyes wide, and it's just the same smile. The same smile every thumbnail. That's the current meta. All right? What was the previous meta? The previous meta was his mouth open, right? And he still has some of those in here. So just as we scroll down, look, mouth open, mouth open, mouth open. You know, smile, smile, smile. Where's the last one? Mouth open, mouth open, mouth open. Smile, mouth open, right? Like, it's such a meta that you could just copy the biggest YouTuber in the world for. You just, all right, what's the current meta thumbnails? Dude's face on like most of the thumbnail, smiling or gritting or whatever, teeth exposed, eyes wide, eyebrows up. Got it. Now I know how to do thumbnails. Cool. Sick. We've solved thumbnails on YouTube. Yep. Imagine having a BSOD midstream cringe. What is BSOD? What the fuck is BSOD? I just think of a World of Warcraft raid when you say that. I could be wrong, but how is your stream material yet? Why become a classical painter when you can become a Baroque painter? Alright, whose fault is Dashto? Who told him he was funny one time? And now he thinks he's hilarious. Who owes me an apology? Who is it? Who is it? I'll be ordering coffee from Amazon tonight. Hopefully it's still there. Also, if I take a photo of from a set I own as a reference for a pose, what are your thoughts on that? Of course, not the end goal. Yeah, sometimes you just, when you're learning and your consistency is very low, sometimes you just have to get through that phase to get to the design part. And so using that, Thorkin, is how comfortable are you with with that? If you're super comfortable with that and you never want to try and push, then that's a problem. But if you do that out of necessity once in a while you're learning, that's fine. Like every artist does that. Some artists do it more shamelessly than others. At least sometime in their career, every artist does that. And then you learn, you get better, and you don't need to. And then it becomes faster to not. Because you just can invent your own posing and references and stuff. Classical blue screen of death? Oh, okay, yeah. Wait, you BSOD'd? Oh, shit. Oh, okay, sorry. My brain was in game mode. I'm like, what game is BSOD? Oh, do you know what it is? Do you know what the problem is? Is it hardware? Is it time for a new processor motherboard combination? Because every time I get a BSOD, Aduria, I just always nod at my computer and say, all right, it's time for a new processor motherboard. Cool. Usually that comes with new RAM as well. I'm like, nice. All right, cool. Well, it's time. I just accept it and fucking move on. It's rough, but, you know. Dash 2 is hilarious. What do you mean? What? No, Fox, stop. Fox, no. No, you can't. You can't encourage him. You can't, shouldn't, and shan't encourage him. We need to catch up, Fox. We need to spend like an hour on Discord hanging out. I need to know every little detail about your life and what's going on with you. I just need an update. A general Tiny Spirit update. That's what I need. Alright. The white and blue is good. This is what I wanted. Obviously the blue is going to be a little more black, because this is going to be maybe the mid-tone or the lighter side of it, but I wanted to do blocking with... Never block with, like, your color under light. You have to sort of, like, block with this, like, assumption of what your color is going to look like outside of light. Dash Show is funny? Did your SSD die? Maybe it was that, yeah. It's in memory management, so I'm testing nearby the nearly brand new RAM right now. Oh, okay. Well... Is it time to move up to a 128 kit? Wait, am I on 64 or 128? Hold on. I'm only on a 64 kit. God damn it. Why do I only have 64 Giggy Boys? How much is a 128 kit? Computer hardware. Memory. 128. How much is a 128 kit? I can get a 128 kit for $360. DDR4. Fuck. Maybe I'm stuck at one. I think I have Vengeance right now. I could buy 2 64 kits and still stay with Vengeance. Yup. I could do that. I need more RAM. Bring it to me. You a Dash to Hype Legion? No, stop. Yes, please. The lore drop. All right. I'll be around after stream if you're around, Fox, but otherwise, I don't know. We'll find time. We'll find time. I know all the details, the lore, as she says. All right, what else do we need? Clouds. Oh, her leggings. That's right. The clouds are an integral part of the Astral Sage aesthetic. Why? I don't know. Shut up. Don't worry about it. What you crying for? It's fine. I'll be okay. Why? Because I like it. out of necessity, I want to design, but been in the steps before the check calendar years now. I can't get something decent done for reference. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to just do stuff for, like, you have to work on everything all at once. You can't just, like, get your anatomy and perspective and whatnot not perfect before you start doing anything fun. Otherwise, you're just never going to do it. So, no. You gotta give yourself some freedom to do the fun stuff as well, Thorkin. If you need to take a reference and, you know, sketch over it, go for it. Quad channel ran is unstable on some boards. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just need more RAM for running Photoshop. That's the one biggest and best upgrade I can tell anyone to make. The two things that I would say for if you want a PC built for digital art or digital art and streaming is go with fewer cores that are faster individually. So typically an i5 as opposed to an i7, an i7 as opposed to an i9 or whatever, and get FU RAM. Just like whatever the most extravagant, like luscious amount of RAM you can, just get that. And just allocate Photoshop like 80% of it. You can go into your preferences. You can go edit, preferences, performance. So if I let Photoshop use 70% of my computer's RAM at any given time, right? And then also have a GPU with a lot of RAM. I think the RTX 3080 that I have has like 16, 32, I don't know, but it helps. Cloud leggings, yep. DDR5 is a lot cheaper now than it was a while ago. Does DDR5 still have problems with heat? Or what's the deal? I remember that was an issue. It wasn't super well optimized for cooling. Made your internal PC temperature a lot hotter than it should have been. Vidi did, or Duri did Vidi. Or get a Mac and never have performance issues again? Oh, you have to sacrifice most gaming? Why would I get a Mac? I'm married. I don't need a Mac. What the fuck do I need a Mac for if I'm already married? I don't need to impress some girl in a coffee shop in San Francisco. Yeah, I don't need people to think I'm more cultured than I actually am. Yeah, what are you talking about? What the fuck would I have a use for a Mac for? Like, what? What's wrong with you? Software engineers, when they forsake Linux and PC, and they start becoming Mac users, my ass. Grizzly Hills 2.0 sucks much. Yeah, Azure Span's really great. I do dig the Azure Span quitely, Thorkin. Many quites for how much I dig the Azure Span music. A high-end MS2 SSD or M2 SSD like a Samsung 990 Pro could also help. Yep. The reason I bought my my motherboard is because it had 4 M.2 drives or M.2 ports. So I want to remove all cables from my, like all SATA cables that I could from my computer. So every hard drive I have directly plugs into a is an M.2 drive. It's also an NVMe drive. I think I have 3 NVMe M.2s and 1 regular M.2 SSD. And I have no SATA cables anywhere in my computer besides, I think, 1 for like some shit. I don't remember what. Ella builds my computers for me. She's a software engineer, so she's also the hardware engineer as far as I'm concerned. Okay. We have our clouds in. Our clouds are good. We like our clouds. Clouds, positive. So sages, I think, are going to have more gold than knights. So we have to put some gold in here. Macs are overrated. Macs are fine. If you like a Mac, go for it. You're paying a lot for a Mac. You're also getting a lot for your Mac, typically. User experience is usually better for a Mac for support and stuff, but I still prefer PCs. I don't know. M2 is so cheap right now. I spent $120 on 500 gigabytes. Now you can get a 2 terabyte for the same price. Yup. Yup. How much actually would I be able to buy? So I always get discounts on stuff when I buy computer parts. Because I have a friend who works here that gives me a friends and family discount. So I basically get cost on everything. Where's hard drives? Storage. SSD/hard drives. NVMe, PCI. Let's see. 1 terabyte is $86. Wow, Canadian. 2 terabytes, 100 is. Whoa, that's a great deal. 2 terabytes, 150 Canadian, which is like 110 US or whatever. What's a 4 terabyte? So a 4 terabyte is normally $469. So I can probably get the sale price on any given day. So I can get a 4 terabyte for my main C drive. I don't know what this is in US, but $330 Canadian, it's like $20, $27.50 in US or whatever. So I don't know, man. I feel like I want to make some upgrades to my computer, but I don't know what. I don't need anything. Maybe new GPU. I need new GPU. That's actually true. I want a oh, you can get a 48 gigabyte GPU. What the fuck? 4 terabytes is overkill. It is not overkill when you are an artist. Photoshop files. This Photoshop file, image, or edit. No, what is it? Image size. 63 gigabytes. Okay, and this is a pretty small piece. Let's try an experiment here. I'm gonna make a new thing. This is gonna be a painting. We're gonna make it an average painting, so we're gonna make it 24 by 36. We're gonna go 16-bit color because we don't even need to go to 30. Fuck it. Let's do 32. We're gonna be real attractive. And we're also gonna do 600 DPIs because we want to do large resolution printing. So how big is this? Take your bets. How big of a file is the average painting that you can print at a large size? It is. That's not right. 3.5 gigabytes. 3.5 gigabytes. That's how big. And so you understand how a terabyte fills up when you're an artist, because you might have 3 of these files floating around for this. So yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I need a new. Oh my god, look at that. Okay. No, but actually, what would I want? I want like probably a 4080. Oops. The Strix 4080 OC edition, because I have the cooling to support it, will be 2,000 Canadian dollars. How much storage you run the machine? Probably like 4 or 5 terabytes around there. So this is the next upgrade I need. So I want to take this opportunity to announce the commissions are officially open again. Holy shit, man, GPUs are expensive. God damn. All right, relax. If all I want is GPU is VRAM. You can get 24 gigabytes for 1K with a XTX 790. I don't even know what that is. An XTX? What the fuck? That sounds like some shit you buy on AliExpress or whatever. I'm down. I've only had experience with NVIDIA 1000 series. All right, what's next? The gold. Let's do the gold. Make our gold sort of warm because everything on this is so cool. Actually, maybe we should do our skin tone first. Let's just quickly bap that in. Where do we want to go for our base? How pale do we want to make her? Let's not make her the most pale individual ever. Maybe a little more red. No, not quite. A little more saturated. A little more red. A little more. Oh, too red, too red, too red, too red. Please Photoshop. Oh, my color thing isn't working. That's right, I forgot. The color thing doesn't work. Ah, whatever. I'll just do this and we'll figure it out later. The picker doesn't work because it's Photoshop 2024. I was like, why is this not doing what I wanted to do? What is the issue here, Photoshop? Why is Photoshop not photoshopping correctly? That's not right. What the fuck? Photoshop color picker, please. Don't make me, let me use the slider. I just want to slide. All right, whatever. We'll just have this sort of dull base skin tone for selection. Ugh, that's so gross. I don't want to do that. We'll go a little saturated and then we'll just... Okay, whatever. Whatever. Photoshop, we'll figure it later. We'll use just an unsaturated pale for her skin tone for now. What is the character skin tone? Unsaturated. I see. Thank you for your artistic knowledge. Each video I do right now is 5 gigabytes, and I shoot. Each shoot I do is 256 gigs. Base fills up quick. I need a NAS backup setup. Fuck yeah. You need Iron Wolf. Get some Iron Wolf drives, bro. The big boys. Barracudas. Iron Wolves. Let's see how much an Iron Wolf. Hold on. Okay, last thing I'll look up. I'm curious. I'm curious. Iron Wolf. How much are Iron Wolves? Iron Wolf, 10 terabytes. NAS HDD SATA 3 is only $340 Canadian. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, maybe I'll get one of those. Maybe I make my own server. Why do I have notifications on Twitter? Oh, that's right, because I was trolling. Oh, that's right. I forgore. Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm good. You need NASA quantum computers for storage reasons? Yep. It's a lot of hentai Thorkin, but somebody's got to download it. Oh, Blaze is on. Never mind. Yeah, forgot. Whoops, my bad. Got one handy hand. Two handy hand, little fingies. Okay. Any more exposed skin besides on her legs? I don't think so. Modesty is the theme of this character that we're going for. Intense and thoughtful modesty. We're not even giving her absolute territory. These are stockings, so But if you run 4 of them for raid contingency, so it's like closer to 1500 for a setup. Yeah, and? Yeah, and? What's your point? Yeah, you just get 4. What else do you do? Yeah, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, you just get 4, you raid it, and then what? And then you just relax.
If that was how expensive the Iron Wolf drives are,
yeah,
how expensive are the Iron Mouse ones?
Well, they have the little demon hearts on them, so I'm guessing they're like probably, you know, probably up there just because of that. That's unfortunate, but you're not wrong, Aduri. I think 100 bits. Appreciate that. I'll put those 100 bits towards buying an Iron Mouse drive. I don't know if Iron Mouse is subbed to my channel right now. I'm not sure if all those gifted subs ran out, but I'm pretty sure Iron Mouse is subbed to my channel right now. Including the likes of Shy Lily and all the other relevant VTubers. I'm like D&D Tectone. If you're a VTuber and you're relevant, you're subbed to me. Like that's the way it goes. Right? Ah shit, maybe I'm wrong. Ah damn it. If I'm wrong about this one too, it's over for me. Dude, every time I hear Warcraft music on my stream, I just want to go play World of Warcraft. I did all my time walking dungeons last night with Ella. Got my item level up to 450. We're on our way. Got my 4 set bonus. It was a good time. Okay. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Fancy grippers? I think not. Have you seen the data hoarders, Reddit, or similar sites? Insane the kind of setup some folks have, and I can only imagine the power bill. Yeah, my brother has some insane servers going on or whatever. Must be modesty cleavage. It is. Yep. Cleavage doesn't matter. It's all about the modesty leggings. So, can someone suggest a good MMORPG? Rag, I suggest World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14. The nice thing about a World of Warcraft sub right now especially is that retail, like Dragonflight, is doing amazingly. People are pogging out of their mind over Dragonflight, so that's cool. It's cool to have everybody excited about a edition of the game that you want to play. What else? People are also excited over Classic. There's a new Classic season of Discovery coming out in a couple days, so that's fun. That's what I want. That's what I want for her base, for her hair color. So new Classic season's coming out. Classic Hardcore is very popular. So you have the choice on your sub to play World of Warcraft Dragonflight or World of Warcraft Classic, both amazing MMOs. And right now is actually a great time for both of them. Final Fantasy 14, always a great choice. It's always a good time for Final Fantasy 14. Because you go through the main story quest. If you're an RPG fan, you'll love it. It does take a little bit to get real good. The first, expansion is like, yeah, it's meh. It's like an older game, but it's still fun. The story's still sweet, even though the gameplay is like a little bit weird because it's like a little bit, older. But then as you get into later expansions, Final Fantasy 14 becomes amazing. So I'd recommend either of those. Partly because those are the ones that I'm playing. And so I kind of have to enjoy them. Otherwise, what am I doing with myself? Right? But yeah, that's my recommendation. You need to be a relevant VTuber sub to end my bad. Let me go end my 3-year streak. No. I didn't say you had to be a relevant VTuber, right? Otherwise, I'm not gonna do Fishy like that. I'm not gonna say what my friend Fishy can't sub to me. Okay, like that's a dick move, bro. But if you are a relevant VTuber, your sub to me is all that means. So it's not a requirement, but it's a checklist more thing. Yeah, there. Pretty great how time walking gives you great vault, huh? Yeah, it's amazing. It's pretty cool. It was real fun. You know what actually, Dashto, you know what happened, which I don't know if you knew this happened. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, maybe it was intentional, maybe it was an accident. But my druid did time walking dungeons yesterday to level up, and when I hit level cap, those time walking dungeons went towards my great vault. So that's pretty cool that I did a bunch of time walking to level up, and those all went towards Great Vault progression when I hit level cap. That was a delightful surprise. Right now, I have this idea in my head, Dashto, that I want to level up every class and gear it up to, like, 420 or 430 or whatever, just for no reason, this expansion, other than I want to. And so I'm just doing my druid right now. Resto, pretty fun. Haven't tried bear yet. Apparently boomkin is just lasers and is hilarious fun, so I might do some of that, but I also want to get in groups, so I can't play DPS. But yeah, I've been enjoying it thoroughly. Because I can do a time walking or heroic, I've great vaulted all of my characters for the last 3 weeks that their great vault has been a thing. And yo, Ella got her Biss trinket out of the vault for the entire season. Biss. The branch for her Beast Mastery Hunter. That was fucking sick. Not even a good trinket. Biss. Best in slot. Holy shit. It was exciting. I was excited. She was excited. Nobody else was excited because nobody plays World of Warcraft with us, but, that's beside the point. So you got a lot more attractive in here. Yeah, it's Guapo's fault. What's up, Gabby? Maybe it's Gabby's fault. I don't know, man. It felt handsomer in here. With Guapo and Gabby in here, it makes sense. What's good, Guapo? How's it going, Brohaim? This is the first brunette I've drawn for Ella in a long time. Ella's like always golden paladins, silver astral knights, whatever. She's like, I want to be something different this time. I'm like, okay, what do you want? Brunette. I'm like, okay, that's the entire difference that you're gonna have for your character, is the fact that she's brunette. Ella. Okay, all right, fine. Very different, I see. I love this like pattern I did on the hood. I don't know why. Sometimes I do things in my art that I impress myself with, and then I look at it later, I'm like, oh yeah, it was fun. I impressed myself, I forgot. And you know what? You gotta have those moments as an artist. You gotta have moments where you enjoy your own artwork. Otherwise, you'll talk shit about your artwork, and then Fox will come yell at you for an hour, so. You don't want that happening. Better than Bidden trinket. Yeah. It's easier to afford the tax bills. So now how to pay to play as World of Warcraft. It's a $15 a month sub. You buy the game. I don't know how much the game is, and then it's $15 a month. And that's all. And
it's
then
okay.
Final Fantasy 14 is the same.
Brian will commission something D for Ren. Please give me a golden-haired cleric who is also dressed the same.
What does their cat look like? Yeah, that's you're just gonna get me to draw your stupid cat for you just by saying like, hey, I have a character I want you to draw. They're a 6-foot-tall barbarian. He's his name is Barb Thor. Also, he has a cat wearing a cape. God damn it. God damn it, sneaking your stupid cat in there every single time. Time to get a job? Maybe it is, I don't know. I recommend being a Twitch streamer and avoiding responsibilities instead. I need to yell at someone? No, stop, Fox. Did one of those, I'm gonna take a quick nap and then suddenly sleep for 4 hours, wake up in a daze? Oh, okay, cool. Yep, that works. Yep. I told you I'm the king of schemazing. True. I'm not doubting it. Okay, what color do you want to make the cape? Do you want the cloak to be this sort of light silver? That's an interesting idea. If the whole cloak is a light silver, let's try it. Why not, man? They're just flat colors after all. Hey, flat colors need love too. There's still people. For DRTs, I see a few editions available. Do you recommend the most? Wait, do you recommend most the one you showed me or another? Yes. Yeah, I think so. The concept art one is good. The matte painting is a little outdated. Matte painting has changed since they released that book, so I would stay away from that. Yeah, the character design one's really good, I think. Yep. I dipped earlier, got a call. It's all good, Venus. Good to see you. All right. I like the silver. Let's try it out. We're gonna run it and see how I think about it. See how I feel. Okay, we'll just do the top area so we know what it looks like sort of on the character first. Where it matters. Bottom, less relevant. It's where it interacts with all the other colors up here that it really matters. So we're gonna try some shit. He looks good. Also finished a painting. You finished a whole ass painting? Congratulations, Venus. How long did this one take you? Is it a big painting or a small one? That painting's gorgeous. All right, does it finish work? Let me see. Let's see. There we go. Finished work. We've got a giant turtle. Okay, I like giant turtles. That's good. That's clean. Good shit. Ooh, studies. A still life. Ooh, good job, Venus. Your classical skills are developing. That gets a golden crumb. Amazing. Amazing use of texture. Good light. Good shadows. Good use of warm and cool colors for your shadows. This is a beautiful shadow color here, especially on your book where you got your warm light and your cool pages. And then yeah, this is great, Venus. This is fantastic. Love to know which one's your favorite. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Everyone's saying C. I like C as well. B is your favorite, Wolf? Doodle. Ooh. Look at you, Venus, building your confidence and using solid colors. Look at you, bro. Look at you go, man. You get the opal crumb for that. So many options. What's this? Ooh, color palettes. For coral rifles. That's cool. The Void Gate. Monka. The Path. I like it. All right, what do we got here? Ooh, this is super nice, Venus. This is beautiful, man. Portraiture. This gets a People Mind Flayer and a Crummers. Wow, great use of shadow shapes. Amazing. Look at you, little classical painter, go. I'm impressed. This is beautiful, Venus. Good shit. Damn, bro. Great shit. This is fantastic. Ah, I'm impressed. This is great, Venus. This is one of your best pieces you've ever done, okay? Seriously. Good work, Venus. I'm impressed. Look at you, little Padawan, just crushing it. I had a question for my homebrew, answered. All right. Question marks means I don't know, so put them there. How much damage for Frozen Out of the Storm? Oh, I'm not very good at balancing individual numbers. I want to pose that as a question in Discord or something, because when it comes to the individual numbers, I think it's best to test it out. Yeah. Wish I could help you on that one, but I'm not really all that great with like the numbers without having it in game, you know? I'd say this is me almost flexing. I'd say it's you actually flexing, Venus. And I'm proud of you. That's an amazing piece. An amazing portrait. You compare your portraits a year ago to today, especially your traditional pieces. And the growth is noticeable. And that's amazing. You keep developing those classic skills and you're gonna be able to do anything. Seriously. That's the kind of shit I was doing in art school. And it opens up the door for you to do all sorts of stylized or whatever you want later on in your career. But it's the necessary process of learning the classical techniques first and foremost. There's a lot of Dutch influence and a lot of American influence in that piece that you're doing. And I know you've been working towards some of the American masters. But seriously. I'm very impressed. And nothing impresses me anymore, man. I'm so old and jaded. I got to feel alive again today. Thank you for that, Venus. Numbers are hard? Yeah, numbers are hard. I've been thinking about getting back into oils, but I just need a space for it, you know? I need a space for it, and I need the budget for it. Maybe one day. It'd be fun to do physical portraits of like important characters in the world. You know? Maybe I should just do it. Maybe I should just invest in it. Just say fuck it, you know? Alright. We're just gonna copy this white. Remember, we're trying to make this as thoughtless as as front brainless as possible for blocking. I think it'd be better if I didn't get tired. I mean, exactly. The next piece you do might be better, might be worse. But you know what the nice thing about art, Venus, is that the next 10 pieces you do compared to the last 10 pieces you've done will be noticeably better. So keep pushing, keep painting. Maybe I should buy some oils. I really miss it. There's a YouTuber actually, Venus, that I think you should study. Let me just go. Hold on. This might take like a second. What is her name? There's a YouTuber I think that you'd really benefit from watching. Let me see if I can find her if you get some time. Let me just bring it up on my big monitor. What is her name? She's a young painter. I know she's posted something in the last couple of days. To filter through all the Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft videos I watch for the few art YouTubers I follow. God, I wish I remembered her first name because I just Control F it. Maybe it was Nicole? No. I'm gonna find this for you, Venus, because I think it's actually might be important for some of the lessons, especially if you're moving to portraiture. I'll know the thumbnail of her video when I see it. She always has herself in her thumbnails, so... Let's see. Turpentine is like €3. A brush is like €4 to €5. Dude, Venus, be very careful. Most painters I know stopped using turpentine years ago for thinning, and they just thin with linseed oil. Turpentine is very, very dangerous in fumes form. I would, like, obviously you're going to paint however you are taught to, and that's important, but if you can thin with linseed oil as opposed to turpentine, unless you're just talking about using turpentine for cleaning, in which case that's still Monka. There's other cleaners you can use that are more expensive, but less lethal. Alright, let me just search my sub channels. It's gonna be easier. She's a smaller creator, smaller YouTuber. Courtney Myers, I believe. Yes. Yes, this is her channel, Courtney Myers. She is a very, very gifted artist in the traditional field. I'd highly recommend giving her a sub, Venus. She does some mostly landscape, but a lot of her techniques file into portraiture, and she talks about a lot of traditional techniques. You know, like she has a great tutorial on underpainting. But yeah, where's her? Yeah. Her method for underpainting is very classic. She uses like dark sepias and burnt stuff and whatever, and she goes through the entire thing and talks about the technique of it, and like kind of in a Dave Greco like way, going over the processes of it. So she's more in environment than she is portraiture, but a lot of her techniques file over, and she does some really, really amazing stuff. So you might want to spend some time, if you so choose to, and you're looking for YouTube tutorials, observing her process and sort of what she does and how she talks about mixing paint and whatnot. So yeah, she's gonna be a really big YouTuber someday. She's gonna be like a million sub Andy at some point. Kelsey Rodriguez is always in her thumbnails. I don't know if it's her. Yeah, no. Different Courtney Myers. But yeah, she's great. I work on the floor with old ass paint and torn up pants. Yeah, that's how you do it. You certainly don't need a lot to start as an artist. But I'm a little prissy bitch boy, so I'd want a nice fancy easel and all that kind of stuff. The passion isn't in me anymore to work on the floor. It also isn't in my fucking back anymore to work on the floor, so. Yep. I would need to buy a decent sized desk easel. You know what? I would do oils if I had a way to get rid of my fucking oil artwork. Because the thing that told me back the most with painting traditionally again is that I don't know what I'd do with it. I wonder if I listed my oils on my print store for like a super affordable rate. If I could just to get rid of them once I'm finished them. I wonder if that's the play. And then I don't have to hang on to them. Or like make a quarter yearly Patreon tier where I just send you an oil art piece of some variety. You know? That'd be cool. Yeah, you think so? Okay. Cause yeah, it's fun to paint and whatever, but like, you know, it's a whole ish thing. Like, I don't know if you're stretching your own canvases yet, Venus, but once you start stretching your own canvases, you're in deep. But if you're stretching your own canvases, building your own canvases, doing everything from the ground up, gesso, all that, maybe I just buy them from the art store, like pre-made. I think they make them there. And then you know, and then the problem is storing them. For like drying oil paint is a pain in the ass, and then storing oil paint is a pain in the ass. But if I practice it more, it would make me a better digital artist. That's also guarantee. Artists who are digital artists that don't practice in traditional media are always struggling compared to artists who do. I want to paint big open swathing environments. I want to paint big landscapes with like trees and mountains and fucking ruins and shit. All right, the silver looks good. I don't mind it. I think I want to do a gold trim on it, but the silver for now looks decent, I believe. Have an auction? I don't know. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I'd rather just list them for like, you know, $100 or whatever, and then get rid of them rather than having an auction. I don't think I'm a big enough artist to actually support an auction, so I don't know if I ever will be. Don't have worth without caution. The reason called Padawan is because I'm young as shit. But get a big tube or a can of titanium white, 20-30 euros depending on amount. Yellow, use French yellow, a magenta red, I use like a brown, a vermilion, a coldish blue, a black can be useful. Yeah, I'd say for if the starting paints that I think that you should get for oil painting in my recommendation are, I agree, titanium white. I would get a cad red, a cad yellow. I would get a ochre, a sienna, cobalt, and a phthalo. Maybe cobalt ultramarine instead. You could do that, but 2 blues. What else? I mean, personally, I always like have a really rich purple, so I'd say diox purple. Or Tyrian if you like Tyrian more. I'd say pick your purple and go Diox or Tyrian. And then what else? Like you could definitely do with less than 10 tubes. You could buy less than 10 tubes. And that's that. Ella, that's what I want for Christmas. I want oil paint. Tell the adults in our life that are unsure what to buy me for Christmas. Tell them I want tubes of oil paint. That's what I want, Ella. I don't know if Ella's watching. That's what I want. I want tubes of oil paint for Christmas this year. That's what I want. And then I want to buy canvases. I wonder how much canvases are, like pre-stretched canvases, but not like ones you get from like shitty art store like Michael's, but like a real art store. Swinton's let's do Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa art supplies. It's the one I like in the city. Product types. Where's canvas? Where's canvas? Dry materials, gesso, oil painted media, palette pastels, sketchbooks, stretched canvas, and cradled wood panels. All right. Stretched canvas, Apollon Godric. Well, that's not what I want. You know what I'd probably do? I'd probably paint on wood. I like painting on wood. Fuck it. I prefer it. I'm just gonna say it. I prefer painting on wood to canvas, and I don't care what people say about me. How much is like a standard 7/8 inch, like 12 by 18? Only $20. Only $20. There you go, man. I could do this. I need to get some brushes. Get the big thing of gesso, the quart of gesso for $37. Gesso is the thing that you put on that primes the type or the media. Oil paint and mediums. How much is the good stuff? I want the good stuff. Let's see. Graham and Co. is good. Windsor and Newton. I'm a Windsor and Newton enjoyer. I know a lot of people don't like Windsor and Newton, but I think the Windsor and Newton artist series are actually decent. They're actually decent. How much is like a cad red? Not bright red. I said cad red. Or like phthalo turquoise. Unavailable. Fuck you. What else they got? What else they got? What would I get? Looks like a French ultramarine. $30. That's all right. $30. What about the Graham & Co? For cad red light. $37 for how big of a tube? 37 milliliters versus 37 milliliters. Oh god. That's not, boys, that's not a lot of paint, man. Could Evan thrown it? I could. I probably could. What did I do? How do you spell? Wait, thrown wish list. Hold on, I need to log in. Okay, close. Currently, all I have on here is the Chrome. That's the only thing that actually matters in here. Add gift. Oil paint. Boys, I think we've lost. I don't think Thrones did. Oh, I could get an oil paint set. 24 colors for $16. Oh. Bro. Hell yeah. Hells yeah. Actually, I probably have, honestly, my oil paint is probably still good. Hold on. Let me see if any of my oil paint is still good from almost like 10 years ago. Because I bet some of it is, actually. I bet you anything that some of it is still good. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a heavy bag. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is my oil paint from literally 10 years ago. Actually longer, because that's what 10 years ago when I graduated. This is oil paint from like 12 years ago. Okay. This is oil paint from 12 years ago. So we got 2 bottles of linseed oil. Okay. We have an entire, it's still squishy. Oh, yes. An entire 200 milliliter tube of raw umber. Fuck you, burnt umber. What is this? Is this good? Crimson. We got 200 tube of crimson. We got 200. Is this my cad? Ooh. Ooh, no, this is my Diox purple. I don't know if the Diox purple's still good, guys. It might not be good anymore. I don't know. It's had some problems. What else we got? We got our cad red. Our CAD red is having a hard time too, but it's still squishy. Yes, we got CAD red, a half full CAD red. We got a couple in here, man. We got like lamp black. We got phthalo in 37s, and this is all Winsor Newton. I think this is student grade though. I don't think this is artist grade. Pigment is copper phylactery, whatever. Copper phylactery. Permanence is A. Yeah, I think this is all student grade. Student grade is fine. Listen, there's nothing wrong with student grade. Obviously, once you're a big artist, you want to buy artist grade stuff, but so I have some paint. I think I need a new tube of titanium white. I think this was having a hard time, man. Yeah, so I got some paint in here. I'm good. I just need a couple of colors. And I need new brushes. And I need a palette and some other stuff, but I can start painting again. I think the thing that I'd want the most is a desktop easel. I still usable? I think they are, Nick. They're all still squishy. So they should still be good, I think. At least for a couple pieces. I got a whole cobalt blue untouched in here. Yeah, I could do this. I could paint again. All right, so what do I need? I need an easel. I need a desktop easel. I need some wood panels. What else? Oh, you know what I need? You know what I need? I need some confidence. Because I haven't painted with oils in 12 years. And so I need some fucking confidence is what I need. That's what I need. I wonder how much that is at the do you have any Newlin oil? What is that? I've been the busiest of geese this month, and my final stats came in at 52,000 written words. What the fuck, Flower? I'm impressed, bro. 52,000. That's a lot. Congratulations. The chocolates I opened the other day are from 14 years ago. Was still good. It's probably fine. Ugh. God. Okay. Okay, Thorkin, we gotta have a conversation. You survived the panini, but the chocolates are gonna get you. You reckless bastard. You reckless fucking bastard. Also, if I did oil paints, I could have gifts for family members forever. Do you know how much my family fucking loves oil paints? Oil paintings? They fucking love that shit. If you're an artist and you can paint in oil, oh man, you have gifts for Mother's Day for the rest of your life. You have Christmas gifts for dad until the end of days. You got gifts for your brother until... Wait, my brother hates my art. Never mind. Shit. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Not okay. Everybody but my brother. Okay, not yeah, not him, but everyone else. What do I do with the sash? I gotta get back into the groove here. I spent too much time on oil painting interlude. Dork is eating ancient paninis again. Yep. Yep. Still alive. I think you heard of my dad. No. All right. Your dad opens like an 80-year-old bottle of wine. It smells like vinegar, and he says it's got some bite on it. Fucking French Canadians, man. They're just hard as fuck, and they don't even care. They give no shits. They're just built different, man. I'm telling you. Kind of meme from the Warhammer community due to its availability. Oh, is Nuln oil the stuff you use for like shadows or whatever? Is that it? Yeah. I think I know that shit is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, her astrolabe. I forgot about that. Her astrolabe. I forgot. One time we opened an expired Parmesan cheese. That stuff lasts for 30 years. Yup. I've had Parmesan cheese from Costco in my fridge for 9 months and I still use it every once in a while. I do not give a shit. It's still good. I had a pecorino in my fridge for like almost a year that I just ground off every once in a while. If it gets moldy, it gets a little trim. Voila. Usable. Okay, Dad. No idea how to paint Warhammer miniatures anymore? Oh, that's fair. I think it's shading? Yeah. Dude, I remember I still can't get this out. This person lives rent-free in my head. One of the dumbest things anyone's ever said in my fucking chat was that they didn't understand why I didn't use metallic color for painting digitally. They're like, they make metallic paints for Warhammer. I don't know why you don't just use a metallic paint for digital. I couldn't. It's that person, they still haunt me. They fucking haunt me. Oh, God. I can't. I still think about that person. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, just like, wait, are they still dumb? Did somebody tell them yet? No? Ah, fuck. Like, I feel like I need to sit them down and be like, okay, we need to have a conversation about how painting works. Because you know what? I love Warhammer, and I love mini painting. And you know what I also love? I love it when Warhammer and mini painters know their fucking place. All right? And they're like, wow, we could learn a lot of techniques from actual artists. And then they do, and then they're amazing. But when Warhammer mini painters think that they're like master artists because they can pull out a fucking can of purple because they've never mixed a paint in a color in their entire life, and because they can paint by numbers their way through their shitty Space Marine army, I can't handle it. But when you get like a mini painter that actually knows that they need to learn some traditional art, like traditional painting techniques from actual artists, and then they become artists themselves, and then they get to be amazing painters. And it's beautiful, and they do amazing work. But it's the ones that don't, but still think that they have the fucking ego to call themselves painters, and I'm like, I can't with you. I'll never say it to their face. I will never call them out on it, because who is my place to, like, who am I and where is my place in the artists community? It's certainly not to gatekeep the word artist. Anyone can call themselves an artist, and I won't fight you on it. You can make fucking knitted hats and call yourself an artist, and I'll be like, sure man, whatever. All right? But personally, on the inside, I'm screaming. And that's just the way it is, man. Mini painters are a spectrum with nothing in the middle. Either great, beautiful artists or absolute fucking weirdos. When they start talking about like technique and painting and whatever. Why don't you just use a shading oil on this? Okay. All right. Why don't you use a metallic paint on this painting? Because it's okay. I can't. But in other news, I kind of want to paint Warhammer again. I have a whole bunch of Forge World Tau that I kind of want to paint. Not that anybody knows what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that, but you just trust me, it's really expensive, really cool shit that I got when I was working in the game store for basically free. I have an Arvarna that's unassembled. I got tons of shit.
I am an artiste. I make pen sketches on paper that rival the likes of your 7th grade nephew.
Look, you're doing your best, Aduria. And you can be an artist if you want to. Alright? I defend your ability to call yourself an artist if you want it. Alright? I only recently considered myself to be an artist. And I still don't consider myself a real artist. And that pisses some people off so much. Because they're like, well, if you don't consider you're a real artist, what does that make me? I'm like, I don't know, man. It makes you whatever you want. They think it's an attack on them personally. Oh my god, I'm using Blackwood colors. What the fuck? Was that intentional? When I was selecting the blue, did I mean to do that? Oh god, it's subconscious. I'm making a character for Ella. Okay. I'll be alright. That comment keeps you up at night? Yeah, me too. Blackwood Dice, Nick, is the name of my wife's dice company. And I'll show you her colors. Is it Blackwood Dice or is it just Blackwood? Blackwood Dice, there we go. Where's her fucking store? There we go. Right there. Shop. These are her colors. Her colors are gold and this exact almost same blue with a little bit of more dark and a little more saturated to it. Her entire dice brand. Oh, I didn't mean to close that entire window. Like here, check this out. This is her business card design, for instance. It's the same colors. A little bit darker and a little bit more saturated, but still. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Pop back into a meltdown. What happened? Nothing stuff. I was just thinking about how great of a person you are. I just couldn't emotionally handle it, you know? You know when you're just so fucking happy you know somebody?
This art is sponsored by Blackwood Dice, the most fabulous handmade resin dice in the fantasy space. Check out Blackwood Dice today.
Okay, but actually true though. Like, I'm not even gonna shit talk that video. Like, true and real. Real and true. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. That's better. We'll keep the gold as more of an accent. Yeah, actually true though. True and real even. Many agree. Please donate bits as well. That's very kind of you. Ella has a market almost every weekend between now and Christmas. I'm so bummed. Ella has a market on her birthday. She's gonna be working at a fucking market on her birthday. I don't get to spend the day with her. But she's been pushing, man. She's been grinding. She's been doing a lot of markets. People at the markets fucking love her dice. She's gotten so many like customers out of doing the markets. It's actually insane. She's doing very well. I'm proud of her and impressed all at the same time. But don't tell her that. I don't want her ego inflating to think that I approve of her. All right. Thank you for the cookie. Oh, you wait. You got him. You got it. It arrived safe. I don't have to worry about it anymore. You got it. All right. Cool. Yep. Good. Excellent. Hopefully everyone has. The only person I don't know if they've gotten it on time is Samurai. I'm sure Ella would have told me if Samurai didn't get it on time, so I'm just going to assume that Samurai got theirs. But yes, I hope you like the cookies. They are my favorite brand of maple cookies. So that's how they were selected. So I just took the best ones. The mods agreed. They also got them, I believe, when they were here. Actually, I don't know which ones the mods got. I know Cobalt got a bunch of maple cookies for his boys. But I don't know what brand or whatever he got, so. The box, what? Wait, what? You put it in the Dice Goblin support. Oh, the box, yeah. So the box is made in yeah. So Ella modeled and 3D printed it. The entire thing. Where is it? Window capture. Wait. A monitor off. Thingy. Expand. Enhance. Base Goblin support. Yep. Why are you taking pictures of the cookies? And everybody thinks that I was supposed to send them cookies. This was a me to you thing, not a Blackwood thing. All right. Fucking goddamn it. Yeah, the box, the advent calendar. So she 3D printed everything. She 3D printed it. She Cricut all of the, like, I designed all this shit for her, but all the graphics and stuff. But she 3D modeled, 3D printed the boxes, everything. You got maple candies? Yeah, you did. But yeah, she did all this, man. She flexed. She actually flexed on this. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about her, man. Ella is kind of a G. Steph, I saw your TikTok or Instagram. I forget what it was. Maybe it was Instagram. It was probably Instagram. Look at the boxes, all 3D printed. Yeah. Ella fucking flexed this year. She's a little cracked out, I'll be honest. Kind of impressed me, but this isn't wood, bro. Yeah, no, dude, it's all she bought a new filament printer just for this, for her advent calendars. She's gone through 3 different filament printers, just upgrading them. She's gone through 2 resin printers and 3 filament printers so far. But last year's cardboard was cool. But this year's is so much more sturdy. And hopefully everyone likes it. I don't know. Maybe there are those that preferred the cardboard aesthetic. The craft aesthetic, who knows? eBay cookies greater than Pokemon cookies? Wow. They're not $27, so if I mail you cookies night, they'll be they'll just be shitty Dare cookies. They're like $5 a box, but god damn it, would I take those over $27 Pokemon cookies? No shade to Pokemon. But also, you're right. Also, a lot less drama over when I send people cookies. It's crazy. I never want to have to remember to send anyone anything ever again, though. That was awful. I was so stressed. But I'm glad it arrived safe and sound. Means you have to pay extra to get poor shames? That's true. Yeah, my cookies don't come with poor shaming. That's a Pokemon exclusive. She said it was a joke, man. She said it was a joke. God, take a fucking joke, right? Jeez, internet. Oh wait, this is one solid piece. Never mind. What I need 1 year is I need somebody to I need to hire a silversmith to make this necklace for Ella, right here, and to make a gold-plated version of it. Or I'd do it myself because I used to be an enthusiast at silversmithing. I just don't know how to gold plate something. So I wonder if I could take it somewhere. I wonder if I could make this necklace for her, carve it out. Or oh my god, cast it, print it, cast it. I could do that. And then I wonder if I could send it somewhere to get gold plated. I probably could, to be honest. It's probably a service that exists for jewelers. Look, we're 2 for 3 this point. We're doing pretty good. 9% sure that was an issue with my package. Wait, for what? For what? What? Oh, for the because the golden crumb. Right. How much filament did you guys use? I don't know, but she ordered a fuckload of filament. She ordered a shitload of filament. But she also has a whole bunch of filament because she does like dice towers and dragons on her website as well. And they're pretty popular at like conventions and markets. They're more popular than her dice sometimes. Might be inclined to believe if it wasn't the first time she did it. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's like one time is a point on a graph. Multiple points make a line. Is that what Asmund says? Knight? I don't know. It is kind of funny, Knight, that she's like, I would never do something for money. I have enough money. Makes luxury expensive cookies. It's like, I got no problem with her making those bucks, but I mean, just be honest, bro. No one's gonna judge you. They have red paint when cured becomes gold. Nah, if I sculpt this thing for her out of silver, I would want it actually gold plated. I would want it legitimately. How much I wonder if you can do that. Is that a service you can get something gold plated Canada? Gold plating service on Etsy. No thank you. Gold paint plating, catholicshop.ca. Yo, I could go through the catholicshop.ca and get some gold plated church supplies. I wonder if they'd paint or gold plate my fucking my bullshit. Yo, Catholic shop coming in. Plating Toronto. We can replate your jewelry, make it look new again. Yellow or rose gold plating starting at 110. Rhodium at 95. Okay. So like maybe $200. Maybe that's maybe $200 or some shit to get it gold plated. A thin layer top metal can wear off a piece of jewelry, expose different colors, metal underneath. We can replate your jewelry, make it look new again. Hell yeah, bro. What if they can plate my whatever. Quality plating. Our vast selection of metals includes gold, silver, copper, nickel, and more. Call for details. Quality plating has the word quality in its name. Yo, I agree. Gold and rose gold plating. PogChamp. Who knew, man? We're on our way up. Gold plate Eldar campaign setting book. Yo, that sounds like some dumbass shit I would do for the Kickstarter. Absolutely. Send somebody like the supporters or fucking Cobalt, if it's Kickstarter, a gold plated version of something. All right, what else do we need here? I need the collar. Forgot about the collar. We're getting there, brew. Later stands get all mad about the other gamer who's working with folks to put together a custom mouse because it's around $200. Don't plan on buying either, but it makes me laugh. Yeah, it is funny, but like it's one of those dramas you can't take too seriously on Twitch. Night, you just have to like keck W from the distance and then not think about it too hard, or else it hurts your head. Ooh. We'll do an Astral Blue Gem. Okay. Probably for color fill purposes, use the same brown multiple places across this piece. Actually, a lot of different places across this piece. Just for ease of use. Gold-plated dice, gold-plated plates. Yo. I think Ella should make like if Ella can find a place to do silver casting, I think she should totally 3D print and then make a cast for, and then make solid silver D20s, and make a gold plated version. Why? Because I want one, not because she should sell them, not because it's a product that anyone should buy, but because I want one. That's entirely why. I want a solid silver $300 gold plated D20. I will roll it every time I roll something that might kill a player. I will use it with extreme prejudice. All right, what do we do for our sleeves? What do we do for the trims? Flat colors are hard sometimes. Silver's dangerous, but would be so cool. Why is silver dangerous? I bought one so fast, it would be way too expensive to sell. I just want one for myself. Astral steel sword, yep. Imagine the first roll on a gold-plated silver D20 being 1 or nat 20, yep. That's over. That's over that point. You've just got your die for the rest of your life. What should we do with the sleeves? Guess we do our cloud silver again. I think that's what we have to do. Yeah, but wait, why is silver dangerous? I'm confused. I work with silver all the time, man. I guess it's kind of soft, so you might damage your die if you throw it too hard. Have to come with like a care guide. Do not roll on hard surfaces. Only roll your solid silver D20 on soft padded surfaces or whatever. Padded dice tray, compatible with all Wormwood Games dice trays. Velvet, whatever, purple satin, something, lining or whatever. Okay, that's all right. I don't mind this. It's more the same, but that's okay. We'll make it look slightly different when we actually paint it out. We're just blocking basics right now, so it's good enough. Casting's dangerous due to fumes and particulate. I know you already work with resin, so you probably have a venting solution, but might not be compatible. Yeah, I mean, if you just pour it, if you're just melting and pouring pure silver, it doesn't. There's not much that's dangerous about it. I used to work with silver all the time, and yeah, we do have the right PPE for all that. Ella has very expensive, very comprehensive masks that she uses. Much more like the ones she uses are like bio grade. She does not mess around with resin. She uses way higher than the recommended safety equipment. I used to do shit with silver when I was in art school. I took a silversmithing course and it was awesome. It's called Jewelry and Metals, but we mostly worked with silver and brass, and I loved it. I loved making shit out of silver. I'd go back and I'd do it if I had the space in a heartbeat. But you need a whole workbench and a whole work area. You can't do it in your house. It's like, if I had like a garage or something, you know, you get a lot of dust from silversmithing that you gotta like be able to manage, and that's annoying. Gold soft metal, so may turn into a round ball. He rolled too much on hard surfaces. Yep. You'd have to use like a lower carat gold, obviously, or like a 925 silver or something. You couldn't use pure silver. It'd have to be sterling, like nickel-free sterling silver or whatever. Gloves, respirator, heat-resistant clothing, eye protection, basic fundamentals, and casting metals. Yeah. That's hilarious. I never use gloves whenever I was casting anything. When I was in school, I never had gloves on when I was using like the furnace and crucible and all that. I was such a renegade. I was like, the tongs are long enough. It's fine. My teacher, or my instructor, sorry, this was a college level course. My instructor, she actually docked me marks for poor safety, whatever. Like poor safety procedures or whatever. I think I got like a whole half letter grade down in that course because I was like pretty bad about remembering like proper crucible and forge safety. But I didn't ever burn myself, so I actually never hurt myself on that, or in that course either, of any kind. No injuries. I built a false sense of confidence in my ability. Never dropped molten silver on myself. Nothing. She pumps all the fumes into the computer room when she's working. Yep. Yep. Whenever she's casting or pouring or anything resin related, I like vacate the entire floor of the house. Unit comes up here with me until like everything fades for a little while. Oh, I like this. I like these colors. I wonder if her sage equipment should be made in Astral steel. Definitely these should be. These are her Astral Sage Evangelion thingies. Let's look at this. We've never defined the color palette of a Sage yet, so we're kind of doing that right now a little bit. Sages as a uniform or whatever. Didn't think about it. That has to be toxic as resin. Yeah, maybe. Resin's really dangerous, dude. I get very nervous when she's working with her resin sometimes, but I just gotta trust her, you know? Gotta trust her, gotta hope for the best, I guess. What color we should give her eyes? Let's do Astral. Do an Astral turquoise. Maybe some powerful sages, their eyes sort of change into that color. All right, Belty boy. Wait, what are we gonna do with this sash? What is this sash? What is it, and what color should it be? I could leave this blue. Actually, that's kind of cool. Maybe. Pure white. Maybe the spellcasting focus be made of Astral Steel. It's probably a good idea. Was you that recommended free run? If so, thank you. Top 5 favorite anime since I saw this weekend. Wait, really? I still haven't watched free run. I read a bit of the manga, but I haven't watched it. What are these pale blues actually? I decent idea. It's kind of icy, but I like it. Let's try it. I know it's our default, but let's just try it, man. What's the worst that happens? Looks awful. I delete the entire thing, including the sketch. Sure, but that's always a risk. Okay. Maybe we don't need to color block that. We'll just color block the entire thing. It's fine. Color blocking is just to give you a basic idea of your colors before you start rendering it. We'll see if we like it. Or if it's dog shit. Could be either. Welcome to Freedom Club. I'm gonna argue, we're not gonna annoy you with it, but it's really good, worth watching. That's fair. I just haven't wanted to watch any anime recently. I don't know why. Haven't had any desire to. Zero. Negative desire. And I don't know why either. Maybe something's wrong with me. I just start watching an anime and I get bored. Sorry, I start watching anything and I get bored. So my mind needs something more. It needs me for me to be doing something rather than watching something right now. And I really wish I knew why. So I've been trying to play games because of that, but I don't know. Maybe I just need to take like a month off of everything. Just force myself to relax and do shit like watch anime and stuff. Not have like work and whatever piling up. I wonder if that would be the trick. What is your desire currently? Is it a game, movie, book, etc.? Nothing. Nothing, man. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't want to do anything. If I do stuff, it's like I can play a game for a while if it's like a game with Ella, if I'm playing Warcraft, but I haven't wanted to do anything. You know, I haven't wanted to play games, haven't wanted to like I haven't wanted to play Baldur's Gate. You know? I just haven't wanted to play Baldur's Gate. And Steam said last played like August. I haven't played Baldur's Gate since August. I want to finish it. You know? I just don't want to do anything. I like it's like work or like sleep or gym. It's like that's all I do right now. And then I try and force myself to play some World of Warcraft, but a lot of times I'm forcing it, you know? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, why am I doing this? This isn't gonna be oh fuck. I'm gonna have to paint over this. Oh well, we're this far now. We'll just ignore this part right here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with me. Haven't wanted to do shit. The opposite is the same. I love watching anime. I just struggle with making room for it because yeah, there's so many more important things to juggle. Yeah, I'll watch anime. I'll get like 10 minutes into something and just be like, I'm so bored. You know, I can't get work out of my head. I'm like But I'm like behind on things, and I think that if I wasn't behind on shit, I'd be able to enjoy stuff more. So I wonder if I just get caught up. If I just like take time off and get caught up, and then if I'd probably be able to enjoy this kind of shit again. Well, back to Elden Ring hole, and the torrent can't help me out of it. Uh-oh. Maybe, see, part like I wanted to play Elden Ring video, and maybe adding the game day for streams would help me do that. You know? Right? Can you do both? I typically or edit and watch anime. Okay. Or so I mean, I don't know. If I'm not watching it, I don't know. I think I need to be watching it. Like if I'm watching anime or a show or something, that needs to be like my primary thing. The only things that I'm okay working while listening to are movies that I've already seen, or questions I've already, or movies or TV shows I've already seen, or I watch live streams. Right? You still enjoy work you're doing because sitting down and relaxing has become a very intentional, prescribed thing now. But I still enjoy the work I'm doing. Yes, but there's just a lot of pressure and stress that comes along with it. You know, a lot of people don't want to become professional artists because they don't want it to, like, they don't want to lose their passion for it, and I get it. When like there's stress and pressure behind doing something that like is that you need to be doing and you need to get better at. And as much as I love it, it does come with stress and pressure. Now, it's stress and pressure that I welcome in because it's going to make me a better artist, and obviously it's required for doing, you know, this professionally, right? Or even attempting to do it professionally. So yeah, I enjoy it, obviously, but it's not relaxing. It's definitely not relaxing to make art anymore. It hasn't been relaxing since I started streaming, and like I started my Patreon and print store and all this stuff. It's no longer relaxing. Maybe one day it will be again, but until then, I don't know what to do. I think I just have to keep pushing. Keep trying to get better. Keep going. Cause like I'm living my dream right now. I'm doing what I want to. Like I can't complain about it. But it is a lot of pressure. But that's true with anybody's profession. Everybody's pressure to do well at their job. Whatever their chosen career path is. So I feel like I can't complain, especially when I have a career that a lot of people would like aspire to have. A lot of artists out there would love to have the ability to make their art their primary sort of like their primary thing they do in a week to survive. And so I get that. I try not to complain about it because it's yeah, I don't know. You got to understand what you have, I guess. What's up, Fishy? Can I complain? All right, listen. Yeah, I definitely. It's like that's the thing. I was just trying to figure out like whether enjoy or not is the right word. Because enjoy is like a combination of like fun and fulfillment. And like the fun or relaxing whatever doesn't exist anymore in it. But the fulfillment is there so powerfully. So enjoy is like a weird word to try and figure out if it applies or not, you know? Who added that emote? Why is that an emote that exists? Where is Keck Slate? Oh god, okay. I'm done. I'm done with these fucking Twitch meta, bro. I can't handle it anymore. I'm too old for this shit. Ugh, I've been stretching a while. I need to stretch my arms out. Yeah, it's worth it. I wouldn't trade it, but it is stressful. I wonder if time off would be good. Just like, what would it be like to not make art for a week and a half of any kind? You know? Well, it wasn't a mobile? Yep, good. Good. Excellent. Stay there. Live there, fishy. I didn't take a 2-hour break. No, I didn't. I'm just pushing through today. So, it's fine. I bet it would be relaxing. Should do it. Yeah, I don't know. It's scary to take time off when you're streaming. Every time I've taken time off, I've hated it. I've really, really hated it. I've hated not going live for weeks. It's like it wasn't worth it almost, you know? Also having art woes. I know your art woes. I've seen your art woes. I know of your terrors and your stories, fishy. I'm aware and sympathetic too. It's funny when the hatching is lighter than the actual painting, or the color beneath it. I forego about this. Like, no matter how bad the stress gets, when you're doing like your self-employed artist thing, nothing is as painful as feeling like your like chance to be an artist is gone. I lived that for years, man. I'm not going back. I will live or die as a successful or unsuccessful artist, but I'm not doing anything else. It ain't happening. I'm in this for life now. I remember what it was like to not be, and man, it's too painful. To know you are like I've never known that I'd be anything other than an artist. My parents knew I was gonna be an artist when I was like 3 years old. They're like, ah, fuck. I've never had any other path in front of me that I've seriously considered. And so not living that for a couple of years, it almost killed me, literally. So I'm never going back. And I love it. I fucking love it. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Maybe a successful body pillow line, but, you know, that's very specific, so... Right? Can't stand more than a couple of days away. Yeah, it's awful, right? I took a full, like, 2 weeks or so off in the summer, and it was the worst. I hated it. I have to be, I think, physically away somewhere if I'm going to. Like when I was in Maui last October, visiting family, at least I could be distracted every day and not just sitting here agonizing over how I'm not, like, live or whatever. I definitely feel like I'm letting, like, the subs down or whatever, or anybody who, like, tries to make my stream a regular part of their week. I feel like I'm letting people down horribly when I'm gone. And I'm letting myself down too, because I'm not doing what I want to be doing, right? It's not just about pressure for other people, it's also like what you want to be doing every day. But it was nice to have that like break and come back a little bit more refreshed or whatever. Gonna eat myself at it over and over until I finally make something like I like. I mean, you know, it looked fine. It looked fine. I think you're being too critical, fishy. Your stuff was I observed the thing before I had to leave abruptly, but I think it's less of a problem than you think it is. Little artist mind catastrophizes. Pfft, where have I heard that before? Agree, it gives me anxiety. Yep, that's true. I think I dig her color palette so far. I'm using a lot of the same colors, but like I really think I dig this. It's kind of basic, but like, I don't know, man. I like it. What more do you need? I think we're almost close to having our flats figured out. We can really look at this and decide if we like the palette or not. And then once we have our flats, we can also select in different areas if we want to. So it's easier to manipulate the colors after. All right. All right. We're definitely going with the trim, the same color. Fuck it. We're just simplifying the color palette because I like it. Yo, Ix Flourish, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cheers, my friend. Good to see you. It's very bright and it works. Doesn't need overly detailed? Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're right, Nick. Why must brains be the way they are? Yeah, I don't know, bro. Maybe I'll take an extended break once like the first Kickstarter is done or something. Which I feel like maybe I should do a Kickstarter earlier than I might have thought. Like I was gonna do the first Kickstarter as this big fucking thing. This like big thing. There's gonna be this big like official play campaign guide, whatever. Like I'm saving up for Kickstarter, like saving my energy for Kickstarter that I wouldn't run until like years down the road. But I wonder if it'd be better to do smaller ones for the project to get it parts of it going. Would that be better? You know? Because then I could make like physical printed versions of it. I just have to figure out how to do it myself. Okay. All of her gear, though, is what we need to figure out. And the trims. I forgot about the trims. Why do I always forget about trims, man? How do I forego these things? Here's what the product is. A full book is tough. Like magic item cards is probably easier. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be like a... What would that's even a good question. What would I want to focus on for a first like small Kickstarter? You know? Probably be something like the first adventure in Eldara. Like the Horizon adventure, I want to serve as proof of concept that I can write an adventure people like. And then I'd probably kickstart the first proper adventure. So it's basically crowdfunding the time to do like a whole bunch of maps and stuff to make it a really, really pog champion game. Because that's really the thing holding me back from finishing the adventures is drawing all the maps and magic items and stuff. That's really it, you know? Don't know if it's proof of concept. Might be better to offer it for free. So the proof of concept is free. Yeah, the Horizon. So here's the way the adventures are currently being written. So I want to write my adventures. I want to write my adventures in blocks, right? So level 1 to 3 is Horizon. And that is, sorry, give me 1 second. Elle is just calling me. That's weird. She said my stream wasn't I was appearing offline or whatever. She thought I was finished my stream. So level 1 to 3 is Horizon. It's prologue. Okay. Then, so this is adventure 0. Then adventure 1, like adventure episode 1 of Eldara, will be level 3, probably to 5. And that's going to be the Grand Crest. So this is going to be the first. I want to have adventures that are starting points for people who prefer to start at level 1, and some people who prefer to start at level 3. So this adventure, the prologue, you do not need to play it to start the first adventure. Basically, when you start adventure episode 1, you show up and the Guildmaster of the Dragon's Claim more or less says, here's a thing that's pretty crazy. Go figure it out. And you go do it. Adventure 0, you're the person that went and found the thing, and you brought it to the Guildmaster, and he was like, this is pretty crazy. Go figure it out. So either the GM says, hey, we found like some adventures in the guild, some of your guildmates found something, and I want you guys to figure it out. Or you were the adventurers that did that. But I don't want to force people to start at level 1, because I know a lot of people prefer to start at level 3. So I want either to be an entry point. But this one, Horizon, the prologue, this is the proof of concept, right? And then this would be the Kickstarter. So, for instance, Horizon would have like one map, one city map, one combat map, and then like probably like 10 to 15 tokens, 3 to 5 encounters, 5 to 8 magic items. The level 1, or the first one, would be like one map, 2 city maps, probably 5 combat maps, 20 to 40 tokens, 10 to 15 magic items, right? So this is a much more substantial project that I'd want to like kickstart, but this I want to be completely free. This would also come with the Astral Sage. This one would probably come with like the Astral Knight, and like maybe 2 to 5 Eldara subclasses. Kind of thing. Right? So a much more substantial project, but I don't know if it would like, you know, I don't know. The thing is, I need to finish this, but this is just taking me a shitload of time as it is. So, that's I guess the whole thing. So, yeah, I don't know. That's the plan for now. So I just want to figure out what the MacGuffin is. Oh, I know what it is. I have the whole story planned out. I just don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it and say like, oh, you find the rune of your mom. There you go. You found the rune of your mom. It is the rune of the internet in 1998. Do with it as you will. It's a powerful artifact. Right? I know what it is, but I don't want it's like a payoff for the adventure, so I don't want to spoil it for people who still want to run through the adventure. But also, in order to finish the first one or the second one, I need to have the full Shattered Sea article finished. And that's taking me the most amount of time. The full Shattered Sea article is like around 50 to 100 World Anvil articles I have to write. And I'm a fairly slow writer, I think. I just don't have time for that either. Like, it's just trying to find time for everything. And it's like, then I have to have commissions open, and it's a lot, you know, but it's just going to take time. But the project will be completed. It's just how long is it going to take? So Horizon, I want to be perfectly free for everyone who wants to play in Eldara. Whoever wants it can get it. I don't want to charge you anything for that. I believe in you. Thank you, Avalon. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. It means a lot. I'm gonna try my best. Everyone's been so supportive of me over the last 3 years. I want to actually put something in front of you that everyone can like play a game with, like actually contribute to their D&D and TTRPGs with. It's very important for me to do that. Alright, let's get these Lady High Summoner Yuna rip-off sleeves finished. You can do the classes first, then flesh out the adventure and setting for the 2 projects. I feel like I need to have an adventure first, you know, at least some form of adventure for people to dive into. Maybe that's wrong, maybe I don't need it, but that's where my head is right now, that I feel like I need to have an adventure for people to play at the very least, right? Maybe the classes would be enough, but like to prove that I can write an adventure that people want to play, I feel like I need to have a small, short little adventure planned from the get-go, you know? Maybe that's wrong. I just that's where my head's at with all that, you know? Let's do gold trim for her leggings. Fuck it, we're stacking colors. Probably do all this in gold, to be honest. Looking forward to seeing the first adventure. Also, looking as a BGTV emote when spelled looking. Yep. Looking, if you don't know what to spend, when to spam looking viddy, it's like when I'm zoomed in on and like doing details like this. That's when looking is used on Twitch. So, you know, it's looking respectfully, that is. I love Twitch culture. I know some people think it's lame. I know Asmund said it's for losers. I think it's hilarious. Okay. The gold works. I'm pleased with it. Wasn't sure if I'd like it. Glad that I do. We should use the same brown for blocking in all of her belts and stuff, but we'll probably change it up a little bit. So I thought we would use Booba for that. No, it's how respectful are you being? Yeah. Looking is more respectful. You're keeping your eyes in your head. You're just, you know, respectfully looking. So, yep, you got it. Yo, what's up, Not? What's up, bro? Master Artist Not actually popping in. What's good, dude? Hope work's been good. TDC's only actual game dev. As an artist, I mean. Blue is kind of tormenting me a little bit. Still popping out of certain areas. Twitch culture is a meme minefield. Everywhere you step at something. Yeah, true. It's terrible for that. Absolutely. It's exhausting. Fuck, maybe I'll just paint out all the line work on this. Just render everything out. Fuck. I'm tempted. Doing well, not doing much art though. Yeah, me too. True. It's rough out there. Oh, I forgot the little braids. Shit. Or the little rope thingy. I forgore, okay? Let me alone. I always forget little areas when we're doing this like blocking style. It's one of the reasons why I don't like do or haven't liked doing in the past, because I forget to block areas and then I'm like, ah shit. What do we do? Like this stuff right here. Completely forgot to do all that. I just need to draw, like, do her leggings and stuff when we were done. Nope. Gotta get all of it. You finalized on an Astral Atlas design for that piece? Kind of, I think. I think, so basically it's a style. It's less of an individual Astral Atlas, but it's a style. Basically the Atlases will have different sort of internal mechanisms depending on what kind of spellcasting the Sage likes to do. But they will all have basically this shape. This is the sort of the standard shape, and it's an important one. It references actually this Sage symbol is important, and I won't get into why too much, but if we go into the warm-up sketches, every time Eldara is referenced in ancient Eldari sort of like writing or glyphs or anything, it has this top and bottom spike on it. This is how Eldara is referenced. It always has this sort of these two shapes protruding off top and bottom. They can be stylized in different ways, but as crude or refined as this carvings, whether they were actual Eldari carvings or carvings of primitive people who existed during the time of the Eldari, they always represented Eldara like this for a very specific reason. So the Order does it as well, and they build their Alices to sort of do the same thing. So it's more of a style guide than like all Atlases look like this kind of thing, you know? So hopefully people can design their own Atlases if they want to play an Astral Sage at some point in time. I'm very much looking forward to seeing people draw, if it ever happens, I don't know. People drawing their own characters for Eldara specific classes. And like trying to fit them in with like the sort of the orders that exist within Eldara. I guess that'll be good information for me on how interesting the orders are. Versus how like needlessly complex they are. So I have to create like a really good style guide for like what the default sort of acolyte sage looks like. Your default temple going sage. It's why I think like the Jedi is such a powerful design, because it's so simple that you can place so much in like detail and intricacy on top of it, but it's like it's an appealing, relatable base default, you know what I mean? So I need to find a very simplistic robe that sages wear, like sort of traditionally at the temple, and then they tend to have certain designs they favor, like the clouds and the metalwork and things like that. But I don't want to make Scarlet the default Astral Sage when you look up Astral Sage in the compendium, but she is supposed to be an example of a more traditional looking sage. Got a new job since we last spoke, so that's a biggish thing. Dude, congratulations, that's awesome. New jobs are exciting. New adventures. That's PogChamp. Hope it's fun, hope it's good. Hope you like the work environment. It's always a concern of mine. I want people to be happy and healthy. Imagine an Eldar adventuring party that's made of an Astral Sage, an Astral Knight, a Monk, an Astral Self, and a Stars Druid. That would be amazing. Yeah, the Circle Stars Druid does fit in really well to the Eldara vibe for like the specific classes. So need to get ready to sleep. Good night, everyone. Love the P7. Thanks, Guapo. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks, man. Thanks for chilling today. I appreciate you. Oh, that's right. It's late in Europe. And Guapo's an early riser now. He gyms every day, without fail, without rest. Every single day. Takes his dog on 2-hour walks. An inspiration for my fitness journey. Prepping for the long, dark winter. Christmas stuff will go up soon. Christmas stuff here is already up. Ella already Christmased our house. We already have lights and shit and everything. But yes, the winter is long and harsh. People forget that about living north. Guess you're pretty north too. A lot of Europe isn't as north as Canada, but some parts are. Most of Europe, I think, is as north as most Canadians live anyway, but there's a lot of Canada that goes way further up. Okay, where's our Astral Steel Blue? Or our Astral Gem? All right, I think it's more or less blocked out. Ugh. That was a marathon, man. Think I'm further south than you, but still, it gets dark. Yeah, it's dark super early wherever you live in Canada. Even if you're more south or Europe, it still gets dark early. So, I feel ya. I feel ya. All right. I think we're good. I think we've resolved the color palette we need to for this. Oh, I forgot the atlas. Whatever. Fuck it. But I think there's a couple of little extra gold accents I want to do in this piece, but mostly to find a color palette. I think we're done. I think we figured it out. We've finished it. So we'll actually just paint it out next week or this week. I don't know if we'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. Can't wait for 3 days when there are scale figures of Eldara characters. Dude, the days are long far away, but whenever there's a figure, there's a couple milestones in my life, Blaze, that I'll know I'll have hit a certain amount of success that if I ever, want to die happy, I'll look back on. The first time somebody cosplays, and I mean seriously cosplays a character from Eldara, someone that I've drawn. I don't mean like a cardboard box in a half hour. I mean like someone puts effort into it for their cosplay for like an event or whatever. So that has to be pretty big. Eldara needs to be pretty big for that to happen. It needs to be like a bigger thing with more like attention around it, so somebody can get like be like cool for cosplaying it. The second is Eldara games being played from people that don't watch my stream, from somebody who just comes across the product and is like, oh, this is a cool enough product, I kind of want to try playing it, and then they play it. That's number 2. 3 is having a figure, right? And like collectibles made, right? And 4 is having like shitty bootleg hentai made for it online. Those are the pillars of success that I'm gauging my career on. I'd happily jump back into cosplay to do that. Hey man, look, I don't know. That'd be a whole thing, Fox. I don't know. Who would you want to cosplay? Who's the most interesting character that you've seen, Fox? Do you like the Astral Sages, or are you more of a paladin kind of person? So I'm basing their work on your stuff. That's true. I don't know if I'll ever be that good of an artist though, because like I kind of have to try and do a lot of other things as well, like art and writing, and I see myself not being remembered for my art so much as if my career goes well, it goes in the direction I want. I want to be a great artist, obviously, but I feel like at a certain point in time there'll be better artists that I want to have something that's so interesting that it recruits better artists and better storytellers to like want to make their story or make their art within Eldara. So I don't think I'll ever have the best art of Eldara if my project goes well in my life and things happen or whatever. But if somebody ever does choose to sort of base some of their art or style or learning on my art, that'd be something entirely amazing on its own. So we'll still be based on your stuff too. Yeah, okay, that's fair. But yeah, maybe the designs, I guess. That'd be a really cool one. So really dig the Astral Sages. I like all but the costume, from a costume attire design standpoint, the clothing and attire I feel like would be really cool to dive into and make. That's fair. I'd love to see, yeah, I mean that'd be fucking sick. I don't know. That'd be a whole thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab some meat real quick. So I gotta refresh energy, and then I got work to do, man. I'm gonna be doing some shit around the house and painting a little bit, maybe. We'll go work on this a little bit. I don't know. We're gonna control save this shit, because I haven't done that literally all day. So anyway, where's our outro? Where is it? There it at. There we id. So thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of the stream. Thanks for giving me advice and input on the piece. Thank you guys for the follows and the subs and the bits. Thank you, Nerdhala, for the raid at the beginning of the stream. Y'all are amazing. I hope whatever you catch you another 6 months. Yeah, right. See you in like April or May or whatever. All right. Have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you the rest of the week, have a great rest of your week. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Until next time, my friends. Farewell.
謙遜も